Hello. Hello. Okay. Hello, Shrekbird7. Let me just double check my on-screen. There we go. All right. You can hang out here, I guess. Okay. Today. Hi, it's been since what, Thursday? Hey Neo, hi Nicola. Welcome to the stream. Today we're making a weapon system. I said last stream. Also, let me know if the music's too high. I'm gonna lower that a tiny bit. Also, so I can focus. Anyway, last stream I said I wanted to make like a really basic projectile firing system, and we just didn't get to that. But I spent some time the past few days just thinking about the overall weapon system, what that's going to look like. And I wrote down this notes thing that I showed a tiny screen cap on the twitter.com. And this seems like kind of a lot, but, well, it is kind of a lot. Dogboy tax fraud. I love weapons. I love something. I love coding. I love writing the code to implement complicated game systems. Because, well, I guess it's not like a billion things that you have to think about, but like there are a bunch of moving parts here. So what's the plan that I've written down here? I've written down a plan, the plan here. I love weapons. Ice cream. Yeah, I was messing with my Twitch tags a bit. Okay, so we're doing this in Unity dots, right? But Unity dots, conveniently, you can interact with the game object world, the non-ECS world, pretty easily. You can like store game objects on components and things like that. So the plan, this is still pretty high level. I'm not the most familiar with Unity dots, so I might run into some issues with this, but from my understanding, you can just kind of reference game objects in components and in ECS stuff, especially if it's like if it's an unmanaged type like this, and then you use this Unity object ref thing, then apparently you can do that to just get a game object. So the plan is we have a weapon manager component on the ECS world, and the main idea is the ECS world runs at a separate tick rate from like the game object world, from the regular Unity world. And so we want all the sort of what is it, logic that happens to sort of originate from the ECS world. So we're going to make a weapon manager, and it'll be a component, and we'll put that component on the player in the ECS world. And so the idea is when we fire a weapon, that input is going to originate from ECS, or rather we get the input in ECS in a system that goes to a certain player input component. We'll read from that player input component, and then using the weapon manager, we'll keep like a reference to the weapon game object, and the weapon game object will be the one that does the firing logic, all the ammo logic, other stuff like that, reloading. And from the actual weapon game object, we'll call functions to spawn projectiles and hit scans back into the ECS world, which might be a little roundabout. It's a little confusing. Maybe logic mentioned makes sense. That's good to hear. I'm always sort of worrying that, like, am I missing something really obvious that would save me a billion years worth of work? Because I feel like that happens a lot when you're doing certain types of coding and stuff. Like, oh, there was this helpful library function that would have done the entire thing that I just implemented. But in this case, we do kind of have to do a bunch of game logic ourselves, barring, like, I don't know, paying someone else for an asset that's already been made for like FPS game template. There's already like example projects, I guess, too, that we could be looking at. But I don't think there's any really that focus on like Unity dots. There's like an FPS micro game that's not in Unity dots. There's like a multiplayer FPS in Unity dots. I'm not sure if it even makes like a weapon manager where you're supposed to be able to have multiple weapons in that example project, because it's very like a bare bones thing. And this sort of stuff will probably vary based on the game that you're making, but generally, right, in an FPS game, you're able to get multiple weapons. Right, picking up guns. I mean, that was a thing since Wolfenstein 3D, right? You go from the pistol to the chain gun or whatever. Downside to ECS is there's a lot of bureaucracy to making things, but the upside is performance. Yeah. So this bureaucracy is kind of annoying, but again, my plan for the game is I want performance because I want to have a lot of enemies on screen and a lot of projectiles and a lot of stuff happening and still have good performance, which I guess is not necessarily a good game make, but it's something I want to see done in more games like this, more survivors likes. Like, I think about Risk of Rain 2 and how slow that game gets at like late game situations, and it's fine in that game because at that point you're basically just one-shotting everything and it's hilarious and fun. But I just think about like, what if that was like actually playable? What if that was like an actually playable experience and the game was balanced around that? And I think about I don't know, in like DRG Survivor, when I have like too many explosions and stuff on the screen and the game just slows down, or too many projectiles bouncing around and the game gets really slow and like this could be nicer. Anyway, I'm still relatively new to ECS, and I'm still trying to gauge, I guess, how much of an extra burden this stuff is beyond just being unfamiliar with it. All the bureaucracy stuff, like as you mentioned, right? Up until you have a lot of component subsystems and you're composing them in new ways to make new types of entities. Right, in that case, usually it's where it's like more convenient, where you're, the way it's laid out actually helps you keep all the code clean, not coupled, less messy, right? And so I think developing the character controller was kind of liking that feeling of, this friction system is like completely independent of all the other code. I don't have to like read too much to see the like flow of things. And there's not like random stuff that gets left in, but maybe that's just that's on me to keep the code clean. But yeah, I'm still unsure on ECS. I still feel like I'm still not entirely sure it's necessary for the game that I want to try to. It's definitely not necessary now that I think about it. Like, it's more of like a performance thing and of feeling like, I don't know, this is probably good to know. The performance especially. So where were we? You make a weapon manager component. That weapon manager has a buffer of weapon buffer component, which just references the game objects that represent each weapon. And for performance-wise, it's probably fine because this is just going to be on the player. And so if we need to get a reference to a game object and then get a reference to a certain component on each game object, then it's probably fine. Actually, speaking of like organization, right? People talk about how Unity's like default system, the game object system, is like entity component. It's a system of entity components, but it's not ECS. It's an entity component architecture or whatever, right? Might be easier to some things outside of ECS sometimes. Yeah, so one of the things I was debating in my head while coming up with this plan, right, is do I put all the weapons inside ECS in the first place? And I don't know, maybe I could do that. Maybe there would be all this like state stuff, but for the sake of like keeping all that weapon logic inside the weapon, I think maybe makes more sense than writing out a bunch of tiny little components for ammo or whatever, and then putting on a weapon entity and then like referencing that weapon entity. And then the visuals are another thing, right? I'm gonna have to use game objects anyway for animation, because I mean you could do like GPU baked shenanigans to really animate an ECS for if you're really worried about performance, but this is literally going to be the player's weapons. There'll be one instance of these in the game, so you know, one extra animation component thing is not really a concern, and I'm gonna need it anyway in order to do things, because Unity, you can't do the animation system in ECS, right? So it has to be done in Unity GameObject world. So since I'm gonna have to make a game object anyway, I'm just gonna put the weapon logic there too. So we make a game object, has the weapon logic component, it has like a weapon mono behavior with the U, the British mono behavior. I don't think entities and components make a lot of sense about systems. The point is that systems process components in a way that's efficient. It's still, how do I explain the entity component? People talk a lot about composition over inheritance when it comes to game logic for like Godot engine or in Unity as well, because it's sort of designed that way. And rather than systems, like when we're talking components in like the game object, the Unity game object sense, this mono behavior class, right? You go in the editor. Here, I have the editor open. You go in the editor, you click on a game object, maybe this player one, right? And you, it's covered by the chat button. I guess we have to move chat again. Sorry, chat. You're in the corner now again. Like this stuff on the right here. We can like add a component, and then that component itself is a script that we write. And in this case, it's like the player authoring script. So I have VS Code open here. Hello, Cyclocus. Corner jail. Welcome back to corner jail. Right, and so like this is like a component in the sense of the Unity game object world. But it's really like an object-oriented it's an object-oriented class. And so you have our data here, and then we have functions that work on that data and all that, and like the data is stored there, versus actual components. This mono behavior class is actually just baking a entity, ECS entity, and adding components to that. So it's a little confusing that we have both kinds of these like game object components and then like our ECS components, but that's just sort of how it is. My perspective less about composition, as is the data locality. I think I should make my own ECS engine to show my thoughts on it. Maybe. Yeah, if we're talking about performance-wise, right? Then yeah, you're not getting any of the performance benefits. And it's not really ECS of like having this, well, mono behavior, which is, sure, consider it a component in the editor when you're adding it to a game object. But it's not a component in the sense of ECS component. It's not really a component in the sense of like, I don't know, the way it's done in ECS or systems work on components, and you got the data locality again. But for the sake of organization, of like code organization, then, you know, this one thing can handle, say, just the player movement, and then another script can handle just the player health. And you can keep that logic sort of localized. In Godot, it would be like a separate node that does that, and the node individually has its own script, which then you kind of have to hook up the nodes, which can get a little annoying, versus plopping it all on one game object. But my hot take without the performance benefits, just cargo cult programming. The whole point is performance. You need some way to organize your code, right? So you could do that as one giant player class that has health, that has movement, that has everything. Or you could do that in smaller player quote-unquote components that has one is health and then one is movement. One component is the weapon manager or whatever. But yeah, it's not, you're not getting the performance of ECS. And again, it is more bureaucracy. It is, you know, you have to write this Baker class, and this Baker class makes an entity, and then we add the individual components, ECS components, that get added to this entity, and then we have to write the systems in a completely separate thing. We have to, you know, define the order of these systems. Or, well, I have to since I'm using Latios for this. Mainly so that, like, we apply friction before we accelerate and before we jump, just so it's clear. And we update all the player movement stuff before, or character movement stuff before the physics run. Anyway, it's a lot of yapping. That's a lot of yapping. Yapping about here. Let's put the something, our notes here. Yeah. So yeah, it's definitely more convenient to, you know, write a class, and then if you need a fire delay or fire timer, you just define a float in that class and then you like reference that thing. But ECS also can do that. In theory, you just have to, you know, make a specific component for the thing. You have to, or add it onto a larger component. And I think where it gets a little weird or just kind of messy is when you're like sort of trying to combine the two approaches, and you're making like a one giant component that has all these different little things. And sometimes it can be convenient to do that, maybe. I don't know. I'm still kind of talking out my ass because, again, I haven't spent a ton of time with ECS. Only, well, I don't know, if you count FPS survivors from last year in Bevy, then that also, it's probably a decent amount of time, like a good 6 months or so. Oh, man. But yeah, not as much as my time spent, you know, doing the usual style, the object-oriented programming, which is cringe and slow and bad for performance. But yeah. Worrying too much about performance is probably, what's the word, counterproductive for the iterative process of game development, of like, you know, coming up with the ideas and like testing out those ideas and then getting them in front of players as soon as possible and then testing on those. But then maybe once you have those ideas set in stone, you can think about optimizing. And then the problem is, right, that if you're thinking about optimizing after you're like making something quickly in order to get in front of players and to test it, right, then if you're thinking about like rewriting something from OOP to ECS, then it's a real pain. Then there's a lot of extra work that has to get done. And I think about DRG Survivor, where they were trying to introduce ECS, or like rewrite the game in ECS with Unity dots, because they're also in Unity, and how it slowed them down so much that they decided to just delay that whole effort until after like the 1.0 launch of the game, where they added the content they want to add, and then they can just think about porting all the game's existing stuff into ECS or a bit more performance. Again, for a game like that, it's pretty relevant, right? If you have like a billion projectiles bouncing around and hitting enemies and then dealing damage to those enemies, then that's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of data moving around, and you would benefit a lot from the performance benefits of ECS. So I guess my idea with my game is just to start it out in ECS. So I have that sort of upfront cost of trying to write it this way and making it efficient by doing it in ECS. And maybe suffering, I don't know how much this is slowing me down. I suppose in the sense that I can't just take someone else's weapon manager code from OOP and use it immediately, that it's slowing me down a lot. I guess in the sense that the fact that I haven't already implemented the weapon manager class after writing down that long ass notes page is probably another sign that's slowing me down. Anyway, I should probably just actually get started. Anyway, weapon manager, right? There's gonna be a component. Looking at my notes, we copy, I don't know, any of the other things. Template, explosion, what's this weapon manager? This is a component. I think if I wasn't so concerned with performance, just having entities and any shared code in some utility libraries. Way the Neo, hi Vanillin. Hello. Yeah, I'm still like wondering whether or not it's worth it to even be trying to do this in ECS. But for my, I don't know, my thought process is if I wanted to write this in OOP and then port it to ECS in the future, it would be a huge pain in the ass. So I'd rather like take the upfront pain in the ass. But still not sure if that's gonna be a good idea. Right, this is my notes. Are gonna have a current weapon index. We'll have a queued weapon index because weapons have an unequipped speed, time, whatever. This music's hype. Thanks, I found it on YouTube. It's called copyright-free liquid drum and bass. What is it called? Copyright-free liquid drum and bass mix. Yeah. I can't get my browser audio working, so I just downloaded the MP3. YouTube to MP3, or rather I used YTDLP. Because I'm cool like that. So the weapon manager is actually just the weapon indices. And then you have like a separate buffer component of weapon buffer component. Okay, I'm still not entirely familiar with the whole like mixing ECS and GameObjects workflow stuff. That seems very necessary at this point to make an actual game in Unity Dots, because there's still a bunch of features that just aren't in the ECS. So we're gonna make a weapon buffer component, and I suppose the naming is a little weird. Using Unity entities. Rather, this is from using Uni Engine. Did I hold on? Let me look up the docs again. Is it not iBuffer component data? Hold on. Unity entities. I am looking at the docs. Gonna bring up a controversial political topic. I really don't understand people who are the fans of the evil people in games. It's fiction, man. I feel like... what's the word? You know, when people are making stories, making fictional stories, right? It's more compelling if the villain is interesting, if the villain has like an agreeable point. I guess it depends on the character. Like if the character is just purely evil for the sake of being evil and they're not that deep, then maybe it's, I don't know, a little weirder to actually like them. I don't know, maybe you think their character design is cool, or maybe like just the vibe they give off, even if they're just a dick for being a dick's sake or whatever, they can still be cool or resonate with people or whatever. Oh, it's iBuffer element data. Duh. So from my understanding, this Unity object ref type is so that we can reference a game object in a unmanaged data. In, yeah, like this iBuffer element data. And so the dynamic buffers are like, they're like lists, basically. And so the plan is they'll store the weapons in, yeah, a buffer like this. Which means we also need, do I need to do it this way? I'm in my notes. I have add weapon is another iBuffer element data, and it'll have the weapon that we're trying to add, which will be another game object, I think. Rather, it'd be the prefab. Wait. Oh no. Be fair, it's cliche, I'm a villain, it's because I'm traumatized or to poor society or whatever. And it's like, yeah, they can get their spin-off movie. Junko is legit just someone that wanted to make people suffer and she just did it. I mean, it's fiction. I think you need to let people... What's the word? I guess maybe if they make it their whole personality and they're like, this character is literally me, I literally love hurting other people for no reason, then maybe that's a little sussy. Sussy baka. Yeah, I hate the Joker. I Darren Root. Fun weapons. Yeah, the weapons that I don't have. We're still just getting started. I don't even know if this is going to work. Hold on. Add a weapon. Can you even see this? Add weapon. So we'll have another buffer of the weapons to add. So I'm thinking, why aren't we just adding it to the weapon buffer directly? And maybe for like weapon ordering reasons? Or to handle logic specifically? That makes sense, I guess. So like you pick up a weapon, but then... Or well, I guess if you're adding it to this buffer, then it's always going to be adding it to your... I guess the plan is like we'll have another system that reads from this buffer of weapons to add, and then depending on the logic, we decide like where to place it in the actual weapon buffer. Does that make sense? I feel like I'm overcomplicating it though. Maybe not, because this needs to be like an instance. You can't see it, hold on. This needs to be like the instance of the thing, the game object, and then maybe this is like the prefab. The fact that I said maybe is a bit concerning. I have vanilla on Twitch. Kafka is literally me. I always poison the local water supply. Literally. Oh no. When I think of villains I actually like. Makishima from Psycho-Pass. Who is basically the Unabomber in his philosophy. But in like the context of the story, like in that society, then it's like, oh, is this really a good thing? I mean, he's still like a fucking murderer who kills people, but it's like, yeah, at least he has like a motive, an idea he stands for. Heinz Dupenschmerz. Yeah, he's a real one. I like stories like Death Note, where the protagonist and the antagonist take opposing ideological stances. Yeah, Death Note's freaking cool. It's been like a billion years since I've watched it though. I have no idea how well it still holds up actually. Spring boxing glove. I was thinking a lot about, I want to have knockback and I want to like be able to launch enemies into environmental hazards and stuff. Throw them off a building or whatever. Shoot a rocket at their feet and then just launch them off the edge of a stage or something. Because that's funny and it's fun. So we'll probably do that. There's still like this big question mark in my head about, okay, what's a prefab game object? What's a instantiated game object? What's a other thing? Like that's concerning me that I don't have like a full idea of what we're doing here. But so I don't know. We'll just do it. We'll just say fuck it, we ball and We're compiling. Okay. So I guess the plan is... Also, I added this sound to the rocket. You guys can... Where's my code? Here, this rocket has a sound effect now. I feel like it could be better. Also, I noticed that, I have this setting. There's the toggle audio on and off setting in the scene view. I have to like turn that on and off. If I, Alt tab out of the Unity editor, I Alt tab back in or something, or if it's been too long, then it'll play the audio anyway. I think it's like taking from the character's main camera or something, or this main camera. Whatever, Unity editor weirdness. Could you implement Doppler shifting? Does Unity not already do that? I'm using Unity's... Where is it? Right now I'm just using Unity's audio source. I'm not sure. I don't think they... Oh no! No, there is a Doppler level setting. Yeah, it does do... Yeah, it does do Doppler shifting. Rather, Unity has Doppler shifting. I didn't do that. Where'd you grab the sound effects from? GDC game audio. Let's see. Where's the thing? Let me show you guys. One of the most useful. I think Hakita mentions this in the Ultrakill dev streams a couple times. I forget the last time I've mentioned it or even where I first learned about it. But anyway, Sonus, this guy, sonus.com game, just search for GDC game audio and you'll find this. And it's this pretty big, pretty solidly sized collection of like free sounds library. And here's the license. Just basically don't resell these as your own. Right, but you can use them in commercial projects. So if you play a bunch of indie games and you like listen out for some of the same sound effects, you might hear a lot of them coming from this library. Brotato, I found like the gun sounds in one of the sound packs of this library. I found like some of the UI sounds as well. Ultrakill uses a bunch of sounds from this library. So I think I took this from like a jet flying overhead. And then I did the thing where you cut off the first part of the clip, you fade out the end of the clip, and you fade in the first part at the end of the clip, and then it loops to make it looping. And so I just did that myself, but from one of these audio sources. Thank you, appreciated. Yeah. It's a great resource. Throwable scale potions shrink to slow the enemies down. Grow to trap the enemy in a room or an alley. That would be funny. I mean, Killing Floor literally has like there's like a shrink ray weapon. It's not very good, but it exists and it's funny. There's like a mutator that makes the Zeds shrink when you deal damage to them too. Crossfading. Yeah, I just crossfaded the beginning of the audio clip at the end of the audio clip. And I spent like a whole day messing with the sound effects there. Maybe that means I'm going too slow. I feel like I might need to actually read up on prefab game objects and entities. Prefabs and baking. Hold on, get prefab authoring. Okay, so you make a game object. You can bake it into an entity. Hold on, entity prefab component. Get entity, register the prefab in the baker. What the fuck is this? How does this work? How does this work? Use entity prefab reference struct. Use an entity manager or an entity component. Yeah, entity command buffer. Some queries. Show prefab instances. Show entity. Have I ever mentioned my distaste for singletons? I feel like in games you kind of need singletons. Like, where are you going to store the player's score or the player's stat? Well, maybe on the player. Okay, maybe that wasn't the best example. Where are you going to store, I don't know, global constant things? I don't know. You have server variables or whatever. Maybe that's on the server or something. I don't know, but maybe it's on a singleton in the server. Maybe it's on singleton on the player's computer as well on the client side. I don't like them. They're a tool, right? They're a tool that serves a very specific purpose. And I feel like in games, at least the way I've been making stuff in Godot or in otherwise, that, you know, it's just, you kind of need to have things just in one area. I feel like it's a mistake to assume you only need one of something and then it turns out it's useful to have multiple. Well, then you just refactor, right? Right, and it's kind of convenient when it's all in one place. And I guess it depends on the game you're making, but like, anyway, I can't think of a case where you need more than one, say, score component or score value or whatever. In a single player game, at least. Maybe you tie that to the player. But then it gets annoying if you're like, the HUD, let's say you have the GUI and the GUI wants to get the player's score and maybe the player dies and you still want to keep the player's score. Like, where are you keeping that? Right? What else? What else? Maybe you just have a different player component or whatever object or something. Twitch ads. Twitch's auto running ads. I set the thing to auto run ads now because I hate pre-rolls. That's why. You have to kill the pre-rolls. Okay, maybe I just say fuck it, we ball, and we just try and roll with my plan even if it doesn't work. And then we find out if it doesn't work when we try and do something that doesn't work. Hello, Mesh Steve. How's the dots journey going? A little slow. A little painful. Thinking that I'd almost certainly be doing this faster if I was not doing it the ECS way. But also wondering how much of that is just my lack of familiarity with ECS versus ECS actually being like cognitively harder. Me, when I only need one of something, I stack allocate it, then main, and pass references to it everywhere. That's like effectively a singleton, right? Once it clicks, it's hard to go back to game objects. Yeah, you just don't believe. Real ECS has never been done properly before, right? I've never done it properly before. Yeah, I was feeling a little bit of that after I finished the character controller, but now I'm like, okay, I need a weapon manager. How am I going to do that? And then the weapon manager needs to reference game objects because the weapons need animations and we don't have animations in DCS. It's like, are we overcomplicating things for the sake of overcomplicating them, or are we really getting a benefit out of like the performance? Are you more familiar with ECS than I am? Can you tell me if this will work or if I'm like misunderstanding something? My plan, I guess, we're gonna have a dynamic buffer of just called add weapon. A buffer of like things called add weapon, and then we're gonna like read from that buffer, and then when there's a weapon to add, we read it from here. We get the game object from the add weapon buffer, we instantiate that game object, which gets you another game object. I guess the confusing part I'm not sure of. In Godot, there's like a distinction between the scene before you instantiate it and then the scene after you instantiate it. But is this a... What is a prefab in Unity? I guess it's more just me being unfamiliar with Unity because it's been a while. Unity prefab instantiate. Like what's the... Are they both game object, or is one like a non-instantiated prefab type or game object type or something? Yeah, what is the type of a prefab? What is the type of my prefab? Basically, it's always a game object. You can use any reference to a component on that game object as well. Components can't live without its host game object. I'm reading random stuff. Okay, but then I guess my question is, like, does it make sense to pass in a prefab in this like add weapon buffer versus, I don't know, instantiating it elsewhere and then passing it into here or something? For me, I'd keep everything ECS. You can read from ECS stuff inside Mono, so you could do an entity query inside Mono, iterate over it, and run animations on them. Run an entity query inside Mono, iterate over it, run animations on them. So store every part of like the animation state in ECS, and then like manually, so in mono behavior, you iterate over every entity with the relevant model or whatever animation state and all that, and then you render that. Okay. That does sound more performant than like the companion game object style that I've read about in some cases. I think that's a decent way to do it. Okay. But like for an FPS weapon system, okay, let's think about how that would work in an FPS weapon system. Here we are, instead of actually implementing code. So if we store the weapons in ECS, then all that state, we can have like a fire delay, a fire timer, the unequip animation state, and like, is that unequip animation done yet? I guess that would all be on the weapon component. I was still thinking about this in terms of like the OOP style. The fire method is tied to the weapon, but then That would fit more with aspects, right? Which are getting deprecated and I haven't bothered to learn because of that. But then there'd be like a system on the weapon. How'd that work? For me, I'm building a 2D game. Just let shader graph read and expose component directly. Shift the tile map around to do animations. That makes sense. Oh, that sounds a lot easier than trying to animate something 3D like I'm trying to do. If you're doing 2D, it's super easy to do animations using a tile map. Ah, great. If only we were doing 2D. But I guess my argument for putting this in a game object is that we're going to have a game object anyway because of the animations. Because we'll need like an animation player in 3D. And then I feel like typically you'd want the animation state to be tied to the logic, where you like call the fire method and then the fire method triggers the firing animation and also all the other logic associated with that. My other argument is this is going to be just on the player, so we don't need to care about the performance cost of, I don't know, talking a ton to the game object world. Guess you don't have thousands of weapons anyway. Yeah, but then for like items, right? If we're doing Risk of Rain style, you hit an enemy and it procs like a billion different items, then ideally that stuff would all be handled in ECS. And then I guess any UI components would just read the state from ECS. Okay, I think I'm getting a better idea of it. So yeah, if it's a prefab... I'm still confused about this. We store the... Maybe I don't have a full picture of what the flow is going to be. We'll have some sort of weapon something. Like array of weapon prefabs or something. And then we'll like get a random weapon prefab from the array or something. I don't know. You present... Okay, let's think about this from the player's perspective. Like, in the actual game. You start out with your starting weapon. So at the start of the game, there will be defined somewhere these weapon prefabs for like your knife or your pistol or whatever you're starting with. When you level up a certain amount, then you get your first like primary weapon, which will be a random choice of 3 or whatever. And then you click on a card. That card or something related to that card has a reference to the weapon prefab, right? A prefab game object. We pass that into this add weapon buffer. In a system, we read that, let's see. Yeah, we read that add weapon buffer. We instantiate the prefab, which also gets this game object. And then we put it in the weapon buffer. And then, yeah, that's our add weapon system I wrote down here. Then the weapon manager system. Okay, we read the player input. We handle switching weapons. So I guess the first thing we need to do is just handle one weapon. And then if there's a fire input, we call the try fire method on the weapon. Okay, I guess the main confusing part in my head was that game objects can be a prefab or they can be instantiated game object, which is maybe a little confusing. I'm thinking about like in Godot, there's a packed scene type separate from like the instantiated scene type, the node. So then the question is this overcomplicate things? Should we just add directly to the weapon buffer? I guess I already asked that question. It was like, okay, maybe we want to do logic when we add the weapon. So maybe it's better to have it this way. Hello, Felix. Hello. Hi. Happy birthday. By the way, from last stream. Okay then. I guess I just need to make sure I have the types right then. So we're starting with...
I'm sorry I won't be there to see it, but I don't want you to be sad that I'm gone. I want you to be amazed that anyone's
Okay.
ever had a chance to be here at all.
Okay, so in add a weapon, there's a buffer, and then it'll have the weapon prefab to be instantiated, and then we loop over all those, and then we add them to the actual weapon buffer. Instantiated weapon GameObject. Okay. And then we make our add weapon system. Okay, so in systems, I should probably organize these at some point. Add weapon system. I'll just copy a random one. Keep doing it this way. Add weapon system. So let's see. For each, we need a dynamic buffer of weapon buffer component. That name still feels weird to me. Probably just because I named it X component and we're not using that naming scheme for any of the other components. But I don't know. And then we make another dynamic buffer of the add weapon. Does that make sense? So this is the weapon buffer, and this is add weapons. Add weapon buffer. So can do a for each over the add weapon buffer, right? Am I crazy? How do you loop over a dynamic buffer? Let me read the docs because I feel like I'm still missing some things. Organized data, dynamic buffer components. Okay. Acts as a resizable array of unmanaged structs, structural changes. Create a dynamic buffer component. Yeah, we'll do that later. Set the capacity. Sure. Access dynamic buffers in a chunk. Access all dynamic buffers in a chunk. I still don't know how this archetype chunk stuff works. These buffers are on your player entity. Yeah, I'm gonna add these to the player entity. The player will have these like the add weapon buffer, and then the actual weapon buffer, and they'll have a weapon manager that controls like the index into the weapon buffer that is your current weapon out. Yeah, I suppose it could just be on a separate entity if we want to separate those out. Like, let's think. I guess refactoring in the future wouldn't be that bad, but just think about it. Let's say we have a co-op game or something, or the player can die and then respawn, and then we want certain data to be separated out. Do we want certain data to be separated out? I mean, we could just keep the player entity around even after it's dead. I don't know. We'll just put it on the player for now. So there's this thing. Query 2 archetype chunk array. Modify dynamic buffers for interpret a dynamic buffer. Set buffer, append buffer. Man. Gollum, hello. Never thought Neapolitan ice cream would be coding. Hey, still fun to watch? Thanks. Thanks, glad to hear that. If by coding you mean reading documentation, because I still don't understand this API. Was your new system iSystem or system base? Do we need system base for this? I saw in the example it was system base. I've been using iSystem wherever possible. But yeah, I still am completely unfamiliar with these archetype things. Query to archetype chunk array, update chunk. Is this actually how you're supposed to iterate over a dynamic buffer? Feels a little inconvenient, a little convoluted. There was one ECS example I was looking at from I think Turbo makes games. We made like a Survivor's Lake. So I think he used dynamic buffers for the enemy damage somewhere. So maybe I can. Player attacks enemies. Okay, here, dealing damage. Man, you know, one thing I've been thinking about over, I don't know, just while I haven't been streaming, is like that coding is already mental work, but then streaming and trying to be entertaining, right, is also mental work. And I feel like the two sort of interact negatively. Like you have to be really on top of, I don't know, both subjects in order to be entertaining and code on stream at the same time. And it really makes me respect someone like Primogen who's able to be entertaining while coding. He's like that familiar with you know, what he's doing, or he has the extra mental bandwidth in order to be funny and crack jokes. Use a lot of buffers outside jobs and inside of jobs, parallel and not. Help you with buffers if you need it. Oh, okay. I am just trying to figure out, like, okay, if we have like some sort of event system, right? From my understanding, the most straightforward way of doing that is just to make a dynamic buffer and then like read from that dynamic buffer. So say like, I don't know, hit events or whatever. You hit an enemy and then you want to trigger some other stuff, and there's like a dynamic buffer somewhere. And then you're adding to that dynamic buffer, and then you're reading from that dynamic buffer. Simple way to get a buffer is system API to get buffer. Bruh. How is that not here? Why am I looking in the wrong place in the docs? What the hell? Buffer. Iterate over component data. Oh my god. Has buffer. God, these docs are everywhere. System API gets singleton buffer. That makes sense. These for each. Okay, I'm just gonna look for, what is it, get buffer. Get the dynamic buffer of an entity. Okay, so we need a reference to the entity. Does that mean we can't look it up in a query? Or actually, can we? Query. Expect and component types. Query enumerable. Oh god. Oh god. This type's a component type. You don't need a reference to the entity if you use a singleton. So you only have one of these in the game? Yeah, it would work at the moment. Just thinking about maybe in the future we might want to have more than one. Query. Oh god. Where the hell are we? System. I'm just gonna look for system API. System API has a method get buffer. Get buffer lookup. Get the dynamic buffer of an entity. But then can you also get it from a query? Because I think we can, because we just did, right? This is a dynamic buffer of the thing. Does that work? Or is it gonna yell at me later? It's nice to see and talk to someone about dots. God, I know. It can get lonely out here. Everyone else in their normal, happy OOP world. And us here trying to do the thing, probably for performance reasons. So what even are the methods? Let's see, adds native array, can save pointer. I guess the question is, how do we iterate over a dynamic buffer? Okay. Maybe I should just look on dynamic buffer, although that's not even, oh yeah, no, it's here. Okay. Array like structure examples. Okay, we have a buffer element, implements I buffer element data. Public static implicit operator float. Oh. Oh, these these would be useful to, oh wait, sorry, you can't see. These would be useful. Maybe I should be using stuff like this. Static implicit operator float. Operator float buffer element of a float. Okay. Okay, so dynamic buffer job. Okay, so in a job on this dynamic buffer. Oh, duh. You just iterate over buffer length. Okay. No for each, but I guess you could do it if you want. All right, for I'm brain rotted. The fact that I didn't even think about about iterating over an index means I'm for each brain rotted. Oh god. I equals 0. I is less than. Add weapon buffer length I plus plus. Wait, you can just do for each var item in. Hold on. For each var item in add weapon buffer. Oh, okay. Oh no, so it does support, yeah, the for each, right? Okay. So this is an add weapon. And then you can call add new weapon buffer. Let's see, weapon buffer component. Yeah, add item dot. What is this? It's just an add weapon. Weapon? Am I going crazy? Crazy? I was crazy once. Is this? Oh wait, duh. Hold on. Didn't make this public. Ah, yes, I can maintain my level for each brain rot. I love iterating over collections in a convenient syntax. Okay, so weapon is a uni object. This is a uni object ref to a game object. We can't burst compile this because we're going to access manage data. Because we're going to... This is a Unity object ref to a game object. How does Unity object ref work? Oh, this stupid meme video, some dude posted a comment that contained the entirety of FNAF lore. I was reading it for like 10 minutes. I was watching multi-hour FNAF lore summaries. I forget which ones. Didn't Wendigoon also make a FNAF lore summary? I probably watched that one as one of them. I forget who else I watched that from. So how does a Unity object ref work? Oh, we just got dot value. Okay. So, from my understanding, we have a game object. Can we instantiate? Either how do we... Yeah, this is just a general Unity question now. Unity instantiate. Object.instantiate. Object.instantiate, object original. Okay, so was it game object to instantiate? I don't understand instantiate concept. Okay, so it's a static method on game object. So it would be game object dot instantiate item dot weapon dot value. Although, does it auto convert? No, it doesn't. Name can be simplified. Object instantiate? I know why it's simplified to that. Okay, whatever. Okay, whatever. This I've never used. I hope this works. Naming tunes. Thanks, Lord Mollington. Also, hello. You're listening to copyright-free liquid drum and bass mix from YouTube. It's like an hour long, so once we hit an hour, it's going to be looping. Or rather, we already hit an hour, so it's already looping. You just don't know it. Now that I've told you, it's ruined. It's ruined. Okay. That code is actually like way simpler than I was than I was like making it out to be in my head, I think. So for each weapon buffer and add weapon buffer on our entities that have these components. And make sure we add these systems somewhere. Somewhere. I'm gonna have to clean these out. Probably move these over to like a debug super systems file. So I guess it would be in the player fixed update super system. So before you even... guess it doesn't actually matter. I guess we just do it in fixed step simulation group somewhere. Public partial class. Rather, it should probably be in like a, was it player weapon super system? Hello Danica on Twitch, hello. Same with Russian Doomer music. Heck yeah. Hard based, hard style. Alright. So we implement our protected override void create systems. This is part of Latios framework. We get or create and add our unmanaged system, which is the add weapon system. Yeah. I guess this doesn't need to be ordered first. Hold on, is a fixed step before the physics system group? Let's think. You fire. What's the order here? I just have to give up. Is on updates to get ready to spawn millions of things? Yeah, let's go. Oh, right. I was supposed to clear the. wait. I was supposed to clear the add weapon buffer. Although, does this work? Is this like a reference that can modify the buffer? I'm just gonna assume that it works. Otherwise, we're gonna be adding a weapon each frame. Oh well. Hello, how's it going? Doing all right. Still feeling a little like I don't know what I'm doing when it comes to ECS, but hopefully we'll get there. Hopefully we'll get there. Never manually start a system. Maybe I can find a use for that. Yeah. So this is part of Latios framework, and I was only gonna use some things at first, but what was it? The VFX system from Latios. I got that set up. I think that was, yeah, that was another thing I did off stream. But yeah, Latios framework lets you explicitly define the order of systems. Want to make 2 programs? I haven't made a program. No good tools for making graphical interfaces, not even on Linux. Man. I mean, there's web. There's web stuff. There's web technologies. Make another massive bloated Electron app that uses up way too much RAM. If you want, use an entire game engine like Godot. you could use Godot for UI stuff. But yeah, I've never messed around too much with like I don't know, the more traditional UI libraries like Qt or whatever. Editor will show you the order of systems, by the way, if you open the system tab. Yeah, I think I saw that like once on the tutorial and then completely forgot about that. But yeah, thanks for the reminder. Oh, right, because I was asking about, what's it, fixed step versus like the physics system group? Why don't I take a look at the editor again? I want to use GTK. I use Qt for the same reason. This thing that appears to be something I want is iitsdynaa. Rust! What I want is a rich text editor because I like writing and tried making Godot. Have to find a way to either create a rich text system or mess with Godot stuff. Godot already has the rich text label, right? So if you're making it like within Godot, I don't know. Probably have to do a bunch of... thank you for the gift member. Thank you. Yeah. Trust Electron with the system settings. Where were we? Damn it. Audio. Where is it? Window entities systems? Yeah. Okay. I'm not doing desktop capture, so you can't see the window. But yeah, simulation system group contains, let's see, the fixed step simulation group, variable rate simulation group, physics debug display, transform, presentation system group. Wait, then where's the physics? Wait. Editor world. Established default world. Okay, there we go. The game at runtime. We have the simulation system group, player variable, fixed step, variable rate, transform, Expedition, Super System, Player Fixed Update, Physics System Group. Oh, here it is, before Physics System. Rocket Events. Oh, okay. Cross-platform Neo running on Electron when someone makes a good a good VTube studio for Linux. Dev mode and console logs disabled, and it won't work on Linux if you use your system version of Electron. Yep, gotta bundle an entire web browser with every application. Who am I to judge? I'm using a game engine. That bundles a bunch of stuff. Although I guess that's more useful for a heavyweight application like this. Right, okay. Why was I thinking about order of systems? Because, okay. Player clicks button. What the hell are we doing? Player fixed update. Player clicks a button. Then we want to fire the weapon. I guess ideally as soon as possible, right? So you click the fire button. It like queues up the thing. What's the word? Player clicks fire. Weapon system runs. Gun fires, so it spawns like a hit scan or a projectile. Then it calculates the physics for the hit scan. Or the collisions. Checks for collisions before we update the physics? Probably if we want it as soon as possible. But then the actual hit scan would get drawn... Huh. Do we want the visual hit scan to line up? We probably want the visual hit scan to match as close as possible to where it actually hits. So it probably mean you spawn a hit scan, then on the next tick we process that hit scan and draw its visual. And so when on the same tick that we draw the hit scan visual, we want to be checking collisions with where the enemies end up. So actually we'd want to check hit scans after the physics system runs and then before the presentation system runs, right? I'm thinking more about, was it these like ordering things? Cause I want the game, I want more stuff happening on screen, so I want to be able to like lower the tick rate of the game and still have it be playable, play nicely. I know like Serious Sam or something runs on the 20 tick or something. Something super low back in the day. True Boss developers build their own games from scratch. They'll make good games. There's like 2 good Lost Boss games. Also sorry about the ads, Twitch running ads. We gotta kill the pre-rolls. Pre-rolls hate. Let me make a note of that somewhere. Hit scans. Before spawn. Spawn for checking hit scans. Check hit scan after physics update. And spawn hit scan visual. Because you want that to line up. In that case, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Epic finishing. Okay, we're back. We're so back. Ah. I'm gonna test this out. We could make like a test game object, but then or like a test weapon. We need another system probably to, I guess, attach the weapon to the view. Which would be every frame, right? It'd be similar to our main camera system. Where's my, yeah, VS Code, okay. Probably something similar to this main camera system, which at the moment just sets the main camera's transform to our player view tagged component. Or rather not a tag, it's got a pitch degrees in there. Okay, I guess we'll start with adding the weapon manager to the player, because I wrote down that we need to do that. Spending too much time thinking, not enough time writing code, although I feel like in general that you're probably spending more time thinking than you are writing code. If I add a second authoring component on the player game object, then it adds it to the same entity, right? Right, that's how it works. Yeah, okay. So probably do the same. Authoring. What are we doing? What are we doing? Call this player weapons. Naming things is always the hardest part. Player weapons authoring. Player weapons authoring. This is player weapons authoring. Oops. Love them keys. Okay. So entity, what's it? No, we call add component. Weapon manager to the entity. And weapon manager is just the index, right? Current weapon index, queued weapon index. So yeah, we don't need to set those values at the moment, but like I guess thinking about, we're probably gonna have the weapons on like slots 1, 2, 3, and 4 or something. I'm thinking we'll have a knife, a pistol, and then 2 primary weapons. So it'll be 1 and 2 for the 2 like primary weapons, 3 for the pistol, and then 4 for the knife, which is maybe breaking tradition a tiny bit. But it's my own game, so you know, if I want the pistol on 3, pistols on 3. Gunfire Reborn had the pistol on 3, so you know, what's wrong with that? which I think is gonna be a little awkward if we're separating the inputs from that like actual array of weapons. Or rather, we'll have to do some translation in order to handle that. We can worry about that later though. Add buffer. Yeah, we call add buffer. How's this work? Adds a dynamic buffer. Why is this deprecated? Huh? Wait. Let me go back to the docs. We love docs. We love docs. Ying. Docs. Doxes. Buffer. Okay. Dynamic buffer components. Create a dynamic buffer component. Let's see. Like other components can add a dynamic buffer component to an entity. You represent a dynamic buffer component with a dynamic buffer brackets example buffer component use dynamic buffer component specific entity manager APIs. I use add buffer in my authoring. It does say deprecated, so I guess that sounds like add component dynamic buffer of type, right? Good thing you're not on Stack Overflow, or otherwise they'd tell you to read a 17-year-old thread and spit on you for not knowing. Yeah. God, there's been like multiple articles and like blog posts and stuff I've read about Stack Overflow's like toxicity problem, about it being too insular and not, you know, useful for newcomers, new people. Which I can kind of understand. I don't know, someone's asking like a super beginner question, they could just go read the fucking documentation, man, or whatever. Then yeah, but also like the point of the site is to help other people learn, right? And I feel like you gotta be, what's the word? Proactive about maintaining a community that actually does want to help people as opposed to flex their nerd ego or whatever. I once went into Unity Discord for help. I came out questioning my life choices. Man, yeah, maybe that's why we're all like clustering into small communities, small little niche communities, our own little discords or whatever, right? And so it's kind of sad because it makes searching for things online so much harder when knowledge becomes sort of clustered in like private communities. But like also just making something completely public seems to have dire consequences nowadays. Nothing I hate more. Oh, hello, Fox speaking Fox. Max, I'm here to flex my nerd ego. Welcome, welcome. Nothing I hate more than someone doing the same thing as me on the same pay grade who asks questions where they clearly haven't read the documentation. Yeah. I don't know, you gotta balance out the like I don't want to ask questions because I'm gonna look dumb versus the, what's the word? Wait, was I bouncing in my head? Was it? You don't want to ask too dumb questions, but you want to still ask like the important questions, like the questions that do actually matter. And I don't know, maybe just like you have like some minimum baseline of knowledge. Also, what the hell where'd these come from? Dynamic buffer of weapon buffer component. Does that work on entity? I guess so. Yeah, I guess this is how they want you to do it since the other way was deprecated. Okay, and then the idea is I put this player weapons authoring on the same player component. Or the same game object. Dang it. Words. Doesn't say deprecated for me. What the heck is going on? WTF? Wait, what happened to my rendering? What? Oh, there we go. Okay. Great. Love you, ECS. Why are we in entity view? Hold on. So null reference exception. What? Debug UI? Wait, what just happened? Wait, in the canvas? Wait, what? Crazy? That was crazy once. Why are we in... Oh, we are in runtime because we're in runtime, duh. Wait. The game was running, okay. Just shut up, audio. Hold on, mixed, authoring, runtime. Okay, we'll just go to authoring. We have the player, right? The player has the player authoring at the moment. We're gonna add the player weapons authoring script just to test. What is the error here? What is going on here? What the heck? Let's see. Unknown type, dynamic buffer, weapon buffer component. All component type must be known at compile time for generic component. What? Are we actually supposed to use add buffer? Hold on. Unknown type unity entities dynamic buffer. One weapon buffer component. Okay, maybe we're not supposed to do it that way. I don't know, man. Doc said I could just put it on a component. God, this is why documentation needs to be clear and precise. You can add a dynamic buffer component to an entity. I guess I just gotta look at the scripting API. It would be in... Would it be in Baker? Use methods in Baker. Baker methods. Bake? Oh, wait, what? It's in one of the... God, I freaking OOP. Add buffer. Okay, obsolete. Use the version of the function with the explicit entity parameter. Oh. Oh, that's why. Okay, so it's not that... Wait. Obsolete, use the... Wait, what? Oh, here it is. Okay, yeah. Okay, the deprecated one is the one that doesn't specify the entity explicitly. This is the non-deprecated one. Okay, I'm just dumb. I didn't even iterate if use component way. Iterate my buffer to initialize the values in authoring. Yeah, okay. So you're not supposed to do it the way that I was doing it here. Whatever. Documentation just being not specific. Alright, weapon buffer component onto entity, and then add weapon to the entity. Okay, and then this should just work. This should just add a dynamic buffer. Yeah, and then also returns the created dynamic buffer, and then you can reference it and do stuff with it, right? Okay. Which I guess means we want like a public game object array of starting weapons, right? Right. Little Mao. One half me being dumb, one half documentation being not specific. I choose to blame it on the documentation. Okay, just to test out. Let's see, yeah, rocket as a prefab. That's not what we're gonna use with it in the future, but okay, it exists. And so it should have instantiated. Instantiating doesn't. Wait, does instantiating add it to like the. What's like Unity's version of the scene tree in Godot? Does instantiating actually do anything? Alone? Or. We're not doing anything horrible, are we? Audio, graphics. I guess we can look at the, was it the entities, the components window? Yeah, we have the add weapon buffer, and then was it the weapon manager weapon buffer component as one member, the weapon is the game object, which we instantiated? Question mark? Oh my god. What are you doing? What am I doing? I guess just to test, right? Probably be good to make like a at least a temporary weapon something. So make a folder weapons. Make a I guess we'll just make a something that we can make a prefab. So make a cube, call it weapon. Call it test weapon. Put it into this weapons prefabs. Remove this from the scene. Edit this prefab. I guess it just has a mesh renderer. Get rid of the collider. Just a cube. It's just a cube. It does nothing. It's just a cube. Did you miss a step or am I losing my mind? Did you pass in the game object array to the buffer? Wait. You're probably right. Yeah, I did not do that at all. You're not dumb. I'm dumb. So it would be like here, add weapon dot add or add weapon buffer. Is this? Oh wait, what add-on was suggesting that name? Add weapon buffer. I had some Unity VS Code plugin or something was suggesting that name. Or did I use it somewhere else? Okay, whatever. So add weapon buffer dot add authoring dot. I guess we can just do for each bar weapon in authoring dot starting weapons. I love for each loops. I love for each loops. Then we call add. So weapon is a game object, right? And we make a new add weapon. Weapon equals weapon and auto converts. So game object into Unity object ref. That should work, right? Okay. Okay. Now let's test. Now let's test. How I do it? Neat. Let's see everything. When I was talking about like was it streaming is like mental work, or you know, being entertaining is mental work, and then coding is also mental work. So I feel like it's like an anti-synergy to try and do both at the same time. The yapping interferes with my ability to do the coding. I guess it's not that bad. I guess it could be worse. Maybe that's why I've been doing more and more work off stream. But okay. So it should instantiate. Oh wow. Oh wow. Cool. So it did instantiate. Nice. Great. 1 meter by 1 meter cube with no collision. Incredible. We did it. We did it, chat. We did it, Reddit. Okay. I suppose we should commit that. Let me... What are we calling this? Assets, add more, add footstep and rocket fire sounds. Git add. Okay, what do we add? A bajillion little things. Okay. Weapons. Add and instantiate weapons. Okay, cool. All right, let's push that. Easy. Easy. Yeah, guys, coding is easy. Just write the correct code and it just works. Right? Hello, Hound. Hello, Jovan Parkins. Yellow. I'm using both Unity version control and Git at the moment. I guess at some point I have to worry about like large files and Git. Alright, weapons. Instantiate weapons system. Save our scene. How I changed one script and all the scripts die on me. Nothing works. It's all fucking broken. Should have used ECS and kept your code compartmentalized and not spaghettified. Ugh. Damn it, but I have to write all this extra boilerplate. I have to think and learn a new system that I'm not used to. Man. I'm still kind of unsure on like how much is like my brain overcomplicating ECS versus how much is ECS inherently harder to work with than OOP. Don't worry, once you get into iJob entity, it's all worth it. The multi-threading. The multi-threading. Yeah, that API does look pretty convenient to write the jobs that way. I'm a dumbass, I learned it mostly. It's good to hear. It's good to hear, because I've seen articles and stuff. I've seen people arguing about, is ECS good? Is ECS bad? Is ECS the future of games? And I don't know. I have no idea. I'm out of water, by the way. Assets. Add. Fire. Footstep. Okay, check in. Lock in. Lock in. I gotta fill my water bottle. But now that I'm running ads automatically on Twitch, which I'm sorry. But I gotta kill the pre-rolls. I guess that means I run like a short ad to keep my pre-rolls off at the highest amount. What does that look like? I think I'd just run a 1-minute ad and get some water. Okay, I'm gonna BRB. Let me get some water. Okay. BRB, pre-rolls hate. Twitch forcing us to solve the problem that they introduce. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna get some water. Enjoy the sounds of this endlessly looping rocket sound. Or don't. Yeah, probably don't. Okay. Okay, BRB. BRB. Hello. We're back. We're so back. Toughest thing for me is multi-threaded job dependency chains. Pain. Yeah, the multi-threading. That is one reason, I guess, is that I'm using Latios framework, which should help a little bit with the explicit system dependency order. I mean, if you're, what was it? Usually you have like one multi-threaded job that like relies on the output of another multi-threaded job, and you have to write a little thing to deal with that. Yeah. Anyway, this whole like past hour I've been thinking about how I forgot to say your name when you give me a gifted membership, so I don't know if you're still here, but thank you, Lord Mollington. And congrats, Nicola. Welcome to the dog walker membership. Ugh. Okay. So that actually makes me feel a lot better now that I understand. What was it? We have a prefab that can be a game object, and then we can instantiate that game object from the systems, from ECS, and we can reference that game object from ECS. It's very nice, very convenient compared to when I was trying to do this in Godot and manually integrate like Bevy engine into, or Bevy ECS into Godot. Uni can sneaky call job complete if you do it wrong and block the main thread. You can set the job following its dependency on that one. Alright, I'll make sure not to do that, hopefully, maybe. That seems like it would be really, what was it? Annoying to have to like track down if you have like a weird small performance hitch, and well, I guess you just run the profiler and you see, but yeah, that does sound annoying to track down. I'm gonna have to make like a different test level at some point. I'm thinking of making like a rooftop level or something. I feel like that would be cool. For some of the things I want to do with this game. I'm still not entirely sure on how I want to handle stuff like enemy pathing. I know that there's like an already made asset someone made for like flow field pathfinding. But I guess for the sake of a prototype, I could just use a regular nav mesh, or even better, just make the enemies move directly at the player and not think about like nav meshes and stuff. Okay, so yeah, we can have like a weapon game object. The weapon game object has a reference to like the projectile prefab that I want to make. And the prefab's an entity prefab? That's the part that's like confusing me a little. It's gonna be like, okay, which is a game object and which is an entity prefab? I used agents navigation for an older project. It was great. Yeah, I hear good things about that asset. So yeah, maybe I just need to bite the bullet and pay, what is it, $99 or something? Yeah. It would open up a lot of possibilities in level design, because I feel like I guess my thoughts at the moment have been, there's this game called Mega Bonk that another Unity developer made that came out as like a 3D survivors like, and what he did for enemy pathing is just make them move directly at the player and give them climbing. So if there's something in their way, they just climb on top of it, even if that's like another enemy. And so that the main thing with that approach is that you can't really have roofs. You can't have like a floor on top of another floor, otherwise the enemy can't like find the player, I guess, unless they just climb up on top of each other. It's a $99 donation. We'll do the donathon just to fund a single asset for my video game. And then the $100 Steam fee as well. But we'll worry about that when we, I guess when we worry about that, when we get to that. Or if I think about like level design and how I want to, if I want to add something like that. I think for now, I'll just take the approach of like letting the enemies climb over stuff. Really simple. But I guess maybe I'll take a moment to, we should think about like, how would that affect the game? Would that improve like the ability to make stuff? I'd make something myself if I was to do it again. Yeah, if I didn't have to implement like every other system in the game as well, then maybe I'd be more inclined to just make my own flow field pathfinding. It seems like for 2D, it makes a lot of sense, but like, what was it? It seems pretty straightforward on how you'd implement it. But in 3D, I'm wondering, like maybe you'd like tie that into the nav mesh generation from another library or something. Oh, YouTube link. That was 20k units pathfinding of agents navigation. Oh, hey, it's your YouTube channel. I'm gonna show this if that's okay. Where's my map? Sure. Nice. 20,000 mobs avoiding each other. Consistent frame rate. So this is with the asset version. It's pretty neat. Oh, they're like flowing. Yeah, it's like a flow of water or something, which makes sense given that it's like flow fields. Nice. All right. Where were we? Right. Yeah, so I guess the main thing I'd want for that is like, you know, floors, 3D environments, verticality. Which I guess wouldn't be entirely necessary for the kind of gameplay I'm going for, but might make it a bit more interesting. If you have knockback on a weapon or something and then you knock enemies down off of a higher floor to a lower floor or something. Or what was it? I have like enemy spawns and I want them to be able to like navigate from like an enclosed space outwards from like a through like a door or something. Yeah, it probably would be pretty good. But I'm thinking I could probably just design around the limitation of enemies can't pathfind anything more complex than climb over a wall or something like that. So I guess we'll just save it for later. What do I want to do now? So the weapons aren't actually entities at the moment, which I'm thinking maybe we want the weapons to be entities so we can set their transforms easily, or rather now we could just reference the game objects, right? You make a system that loops over the player's weapon buffers? Wait, okay. Make a system that loops over weapon buffer component, or yeah, loops over the dynamic buffer of weapon buffer component on the player, so with the player tag. And then just attaches them to the view. But I think I made this player view a separate entity. Yeah, I made this player view author. No. Wait, it adds it to the player. Right? No. Actually, no, it doesn't. Because I think this player view authoring, I put it on like an empty game object on the player itself. Ad break. A 60-second ad break. Oh, because I set my pre-rolls off. This automatically adds run. Okay. What are we doing? I'm trying to run like the minimal amount of ads. Okay, where were we? God, I'm like so distracted. I'm so distracted. This is like the problem with streaming any of this. Make a weapon manager system. Okay, add the starting weapons array, add a weapon manager component. Did that. The weapon manager has made these components. Can add weapon system. We have a weapon manager system. Read the player input. And at the moment, I think we're just gonna handle firing. We need another system to player weapon view system, I guess. Could do a we did do a singleton. Well, we effectively have a singleton on player view, right? How are we gonna handle like player dies and then we don't want to keep the weapons at, or we just want to hide the weapons? I guess that could be like an event from GameObject world or otherwise, or in the ECS world, or I'll think about that later when you actually add like player dying. So what does the player weapon view system does? What does it do for each on the dynamic buffer of weapon buffer component? How does this work? We get the game object and set its transform. Now the problem is we need to reference the player view. Get singleton player view. And then in the future, when you want to add like animations, how is that gonna work? Because right, we instantiate these weapons and they have no like reference to the view, or rather it's the other way around. In the future, we're gonna want to have weapon animations, and those weapon animations will probably also animate the player's view, like in a lot of first-person animations. Even if there's like really subtle, it like moves the camera around a bit. So that means the weapon game objects need a reference to the view, and also for things like recoil, right? Which maybe will be in the game object world. Where's my... Here, I'm looking at the notes right now. How's this work? How's this gonna work? We could just worry about this later, right? Because probably just want to implement like a basic functioning weapon system as soon as possible. But I'm thinking, I'm the thinker. I'm thinking. I'm thinking. Nice emote. Lyric. Okay. Yeah, do we just get a singleton of player view? And then in the future, if we want the game objects that we instantiate to have a reference to the player view so we can modify it. Or maybe there's like an add recoil function. Maybe that would be stored on the player view instead. If you only ever plan to have one, I think that's fine. You can also get singleton entity. That's useful too. Oh yeah, if we want to get other stuff on the entity. Yeah, because we should have only one entity with the player tag, but might be useful just in case to like be able to control multiple characters at once. Maybe that's a bit weird for an FPS game. Because we're already kind of writing code with the assumption that there's only one player view with the way we're doing the main camera transform. Yeah, I should stop worrying so much and just say fuck it and write something, and then in the future when we need other behavior, then we'll worry about making these more complicated. Player weapon view system. By the way, I'm thinking having scripts, authoring components, systems, VFX, whatever. Having like a full scripts, components, and then in a subfolder like player, and then in a subfolder weapons, and then all the player scripts and weapon like authoring scripts be there, or the weapon component scripts be there, is the way I want to organize it, as opposed to, I guess you could do it the other way. Like scripts, weapons, and then in the weapons folder you have your components, you have your systems, and in separate folders. Eh. I'll just leave it as is for now. So it's gonna be pretty similar to the main camera system, I think. We're gonna reference game objects. So don't do that. Player weapon view system. What? I have my components under the authoring for the entity. Was just personal preference? It is, yeah. That makes sense though. Yeah, you have your you have like a folder for player, and then you have player authoring, and then you have a folder for player components, or components under player folder. That makes sense too. I feel like there's a lot of, I don't know, circle jerking over like this is the one correct way to do things in just personal preference. Maybe we should all chill. Maybe I need to chill because I think too much about, is this the best way to do this thing? Is this, can we do this simpler? But maybe that's a good thing for like keeping your code clean. But yeah, it's probably slowing me down to think about all this stuff when we don't need it immediately. So we get a singleton for the player view, and then we get the weapon buffer component. Oh yeah, in this case, we don't want the player view component itself. We're getting the singleton entity. Yeah, yeah, right. We would be using, was it get singleton entity? var view entity is this, and then var view transform is system API get component read only of local to world on the player view entity. Okay, and that should be, yeah, our local to world. Rather, we do get component. Yeah, that's just a local to, okay, cool. .NET Fiddle. Just an example of my component for my dwarf entity. Still need to split this up into more components. There's too much in the dwarf component. Oh, thanks. I'm gonna look at your code. I'm gonna look at your code, and then you can sue me when I steal your code and use it in a production game. All right. Okay, so you use, yeah, namespace, dwarf authoring baker. This may be better than, yeah, having a billion little separate files. But yeah, dwarf struct. Yeah, this is your, well, kind of a chonky component here. Enum for dwarf state. Stock tracker, yeah. Yeah, you could probably, yeah, you could put like a state machine in ECS for stuff. Need splitting. My performance, my performance. Stuck tracker, stuck unassigned. Okay, so you're using enableable components for like certain behaviors, huh? Neat. Okay, and then your inventory buffer. Okay. Cool. Enableable components are the best. What was it? I was spending a bunch of time thinking about because I came from trying to use Bev ECS, and in Bev ECS there's like really good support for optional components. You can just put in like an option type to a query, which actually goes in like the function header of a function, and like you can, it gives you like an option like is this component exist on the entity that you're iterating over. And that was really convenient. I was thinking a long time about like, okay, how do you actually do this in Unity dots? And it's all these enableable components. It's like, oh, that's cool. If you did it the way of splitting components into files, I would have a lot of files. I do have a lot of files, and it is making me think like, how do I want to organize this? I think I do kind of prefer many small files over fewer chunky files, though. But yeah, personal preference. It's the same complexity, just how you want to split it up. That's neat. Hard-coded the 38 inventory size. Alright. Thanks for the example, though. You can do that in DOTS too with whip disable type of component above an iJob entity. Ah. Oh, okay. So then it's what, looping over an enableable component, but for both the types that are disabled and enabled. And then you have to like check manually, or if you want to do it that way, you can check if they're enabled or disabled. Okay. So what is this player weapon view system? We query over a dynamic buffer of, let's see, with the player tag, we query over a dynamic buffer of something. Weapon buffer component? Why did I name this? Honestly, I kind of want to rename this already. I'll think of a name later. Whatever. This is the weapon buffer. So for each var weapon component in weapon buffer, this is a weapon buffer component. Var weapon is weapon component dot what's it? Weapon? Yeah, we name it that. Maybe value would have been better. But this is a Unity object ref of a game object. So if I call game object methods, damn it, this is where my my lack of Unity knowledge is painful. With disabled type of component, all of that type that's disabled. With present type of component is any state enabled or disabled. Sorry for spam. No, you're good. I appreciate it. On topic spam, I don't consider spam. Like, say no one to talk about and share this stuff with. Nice to share and learn too. Yeah, yeah. I appreciate it. I'm still trying to learn this stuff. How do I get the transform of a game object? Get component transform. Game object.find. Reference temp.transform. Oh, wait, I can just drop in, yeah. Weapon.transform? Hold on, this is a uni object ref. Yeah, weapon.value.transform. Value is a mathematics float 4x4. This is read only. Hold on. Is there like a value or rewritable or something? Or am I misunderstanding how you're supposed to use Unity object ref in the first place? Struct Unity object ref. Stores a reference of an object for entities. Value gets the object being referenced. So yeah, it gets me a game object, right? Or is it the transform property is meant to be read only, and there's probably like a method or something to set the transform? Which means I need to go back to the OG regular Unity docs. Save as a var first, then replace the array with the change. Save as a var first, so var blank equals game object dot transform, and then you. Oh, and then you just what assign to it? Var weapon transform is that, and then weapon transform dot set position and rotation. How did I do it in the player main camera system? Yeah, we did. Set position and rotation, position rotation. Can we set equal to view transform? No. Local to world can't implicit tree. Okay. Dot set position and rotation view transform dot position view transform rotation. Okay, so this should give us a big ass 1 meter by 1 meter cube attached to our camera. Except we need to put this system somewhere. Should be in player variable, get or create and add unmanaged system. Player weapon view system. Oh, okay, so that should do the thing. And by the thing, let's just say attaching a cube to our head. Now the element in the buffer to that weapon transform. To use a for I loop. Oh, if I wanted to be like not have to do the set position rotation method. There we go. Look at our glorious weapon. My god, look, it's our weapon. Amazing. Now set the element in the buffer. In this case, it's just a Unity object ref, or it's a reference to the game object. So any modification we make to the game object is all we need, right? But then if this were like a buffer of actual like blittable data or whatever, if it was data in that buffer, then to update it, we have to set it. Good to know. Good to know. No need to apologize. Look at our beautiful weapon. So actually, if we open up that weapon, test weapon prefab. Oh my god, shut up, rocket. I'm just gonna move this test rocket far, far away or something. Oh no, I can still hear it. Nah, I'm just gonna get rid of it from the scene. Okay. Okay. So if we go into this prefab, and right now it's at position 0, 0, 0. I guess for testing we can just add a camera. I guess it's a little no, let's not do it that way. Let's just pretend our camera's here, and then maybe this cube has like a 0.2 scale. That's a bit longer in that direction. And then we move it. Oh, can we not set the position inside a thing? It'd have to be like an empty game object, and then we add the cube as a child, right? Or not? Or we can set the position? Wait. What does this look like then? 0.3 and then like negative 0.2 or something. And then like our camera's here. So we should see the weapon? Wait, let's just test and see. Where'd the weapon go? Oh, it's inside our head, of course. Or rather... Yeah, okay, so it wouldn't be... What's the word? If it was a buffer, you'd have to send it back, yeah. What are you saying? Right. So setting the position inside the prefab shouldn't be doing anything, or rather it isn't doing anything. So we would have like a child game object. Can we reparent this? Like so? Can we like make this the top of the tree, or do I have to like copy over? Okay, yeah, that's a little annoying. So instead, let's just add a cube below this. Get rid of these. Yeah, the renders on the top part of the thing. Oh, right, it's my grid snapping that's making it, here's my snapping size, grid size. We'll do like 0.1. Ooh. Weapon. Yeah. Weapon. Okay, now... Yeah, we can see it. It's clipping into the camera. We can see it. Yeah. So normally you'd like make a different view layer or something for the view model. But for now, I'm just not going to worry about it. I guess that means we should adjust the clip plane then. Maybe on the main camera. Near 0.01. Yeah, there we go. Gone. Very blocky. Let's just make it a bit thinner. 0.05. Maybe that's too thin. 0.01. Or, no, 0.1. Yeah, gun. Gun. Big chunky gun. With lighting? It's inside of our capsule though, so... Yeah, and the capsule is getting rendered. Oh yeah, I guess that's one more reason to put it separately. Well, that's... So, is that like self-shadowing that's making the capsule apply the shadow to the gun? Okay. I guess that's all right. I'm gonna commit this. So this will be the weapon view. Weapon update to match player view. So the origin of the weapon prefab is gonna have to be the camera. And then in the future, if we want fancy logic with moving the view or like recoil or things like that, then the weapon probably needs a reference to the view, which we can set in ECS. Or rather, it's an entity, right? I guess game objects can access entities anyways. Yeah, with like system API. So I guess that works. I guess. Either that or... what was it? Or we put more logic on the view entity itself, and so you call some sort of helper function somewhere. What's the word? Call a helper function that applies the recoil to the view. Does that work? I don't know. My brain's hurting a little. Okay, the weapon now matches the player view. Cool. So kind of a roundabout way, instead of like just parenting it to the view, which I guess we could have done as an alternative way. It's like but then the view is an entity and not a game object, right? So we don't really have access to it as a game object, so we can't like parent the thing as a, like the acceleration on the camera. We can't like parent the weapon game object to the view entity because it's an entity, right? Unless anyway, I guess that means we should make our weapon script, maybe. I'm gonna make a new script, call it weapon, create and add it. Let's move this weapon script. This is a mono behavior actually, so it doesn't really fit into the other folders, does it? It's probably a better argument for a folder structure like here, where's my VS Code? It's probably a better argument for a folder structure that's like scripts, weapon, and then this weapon script, the mono behavior, and then another folder for the weapon authoring, the components. Whatever. I can reorganize it later, right? Right? Unless I'm gonna have more and more like game object scripts. I guess this falls under same place as debug UI, which is a mono behavior. Well, anyway. I guess we make a debug blog, fire. try fire. Okay. So here's our fire function. Well, our debug testing fire function. The idea is we're going to have a weapon manager. The weapon manager ensures only the currently equipped weapon is visible. Rather, if it's active, then it's visible. Or how are we going to do that? We could have the weapon manager. What was it? We could have the weapon manager set the visibility manually on the weapons, or have the weapons themselves have some sort of like enabled state that determines whether or not they're visible, and then the weapons handle the visibility there. These are daily meow. Okay, bye again. Okay, bye, Vanillin. Thanks for the meow. Meow. Damn it. Think. I think I'll just handle that logic in the weapon manager. For like showing or hiding. Although, how do you even set visible on a game object? Unity game object. I'm just gonna look at the scripting API. Game object. Best thing about iEnableable is turn them off and on. Causes no structural changes. I remember, was it when I was using Bevy, there's like a tag you can put, or there's like two different types of components, and then one of them is like made for quick adding and removing. So I imagine internally it's similar to Unity's enableable components. But yeah, it's useful to think about. All you can do is run. You remind the dogs and cats are always watching. Is that the Neapolino? Hello, cute fat flamingo. Welcome to the stream. Add component. I'm looking at, yeah, Unity docs. How do we... Unity set visibility of game object. How do I toggle visibility of an object? Oh, you just disable the renderer. That makes sense. Get component renderer enabled. Or set active. Oh, okay. Yeah, we can set active too. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Unity. How's the game going? We're making progress. Check it out. Once this compiles. Gun. It does nothing, by the way, but we have a gun. It's in shadow because it's inside the player. The player's like capsule thing. But we'll figure that out, putting on like a separate rendering layer or something. Because you want the gun to receive shadows though. So, Mwah. So that actor is cool. It can fire on awake functions. Ah. Neat. Yeah, I'm still having to like relearn a bunch of Unity stuff because I spent like the past year and a half in Godot. In Godot world. Godot has like a visible property that you set on and off. So yeah, looks like we're using set active then. So what does that look like? Whenever we're changing the, rather, only the currently active weapon should be, well, active, right? Want the game to be multiplayer, right? Won't the gun clipping in the player look funny? It does look funny, yeah. Multiplayer is more of a theoretical possibility in my mind at the moment. I think we're gonna develop a lot of single player stuff first, and then we'll think about adding multiplayer in. So sort of designing with the idea of like possibly adding multiplayer in the future in mind, but for simplicity, just doing it single player at the moment. Sound smart? Yeah. Yeah, because there's a Unity netcode package which is designed for ECS. So that should make it possible to do netcode. I'm just wondering if like the unit amounts I'm thinking of having in this game, how like feasible netcoding that is going to be. In terms of like, will people's internet be able to support it? At least 10 millions. Yeah, a bajillion units synchronized over the network with physics. That is gonna pretty severely limit my performance too, right? Is gonna be having physics for all these units. Just also provide us players with internet too. Yeah. The game we'll figure out some sort of bundle deal with your local internet service provider for gigabit internet up and down, just so you can play this dumb game. Okay, so we have this weapon class. It's a mono behavior. It should be on the weapon. We have our test weapon, prefab, weapon script. Wait a minute. When did we last commit? Oh, okay. Took me like 3 days to find a memory leak with Unity physics and ECS. Turns out when you reference a collider, set its value to a new collider, the old collider stays in memory forever. Thank you for warning me. Oh, Twitch ads. Sorry, Twitch. We gotta kill the pre-rolls. I set it to 2 minutes every 40 minutes. 2 minutes of ads every 40 minutes. The other option was 3 minutes of ads every 60 minutes. I feel like 3 minutes is kind of excessive. I also feel like 40 minutes, 2 minutes every 40 minutes is also feels like a lot. Hopefully you have an ad blocker. Me encouraging my viewers to circumvent ads. So I guess that means we make a weapon manager system. Weapon manager system. Alright, just coding time. VS Code. Busted, I was not typing in the ads. You didn't think I had a blocker. Got him. Me doing the nice cop the nice cop routine to get you to confess to using an ad blocker. Yeah, I mean I'd be using an ad blocker too if I was in your situation, you know. Oh god. But yeah, use a freaking ad blocker. TBH. I think the most money I made from ads was from, I had like one viewer who uses Twitch Turbo. I think it's like just one viewer. I don't know how many. Where were we? But yeah, it's not like I'm making any significant amount off ads, so you know, whatever, man. Ad reckoning, okay. We're back. We're so back. Okay, let me look at my notes again, because my brain is goldfish memory. Or rather, what did they say? You can have up to 4 things in your active memory at one point. 2 of those things are taken up by stream and chat. So I only have 2 things I can hold in my active memory. It's the streamer debuff, but for actually trying to get some coding done. Okay, read the player input. If the weapon changed, update the queue to weapon. First, I need to get the fire input from the player. So actually, let me just double check my input system actions. Yeah, it's called attack. Okay. So you have this player input system. And yeah, mouse buttons would be rather, where is it? So player input dot value rw dot. I guess we call it, yeah, fire. Even though when the input actions is called something else. Whatever, we could rename it later. Which means we need the player input component, which is a component people get for what? Public bool fire. Okay, we'll do that. Fire input equals m input actions player dot attack read value, and I think it has to be a float, and then I'm just doing greater than 0.5 because I think it's like an analog button press. Oh yeah, 2 minutes of ads. Yeah, 4 ads. That's crazy. Yeah, the only other option was, well, 3 minutes of ads every 60 seconds, and that's just egregious, I feel. I already feel like, what's it? So you can do, if you want to disable pre-rolls, then your options, like fully, then your options are 1 minute of ads every 20 minutes, 2 minutes of ads every 40 minutes, or 3 minutes of ads every 60 minutes, and I feel like it's already a lot. Meh. Okay. There's your attack input. There's getting the attack input in the system. Don't have weapon switching at the moment, but we'll just deal with it. So let's make a system. Public partial struct. Yeah, okay. Wow. Public partial struct weapon manager system implements I system community entities. We do a public void. We do burst compile, except we can't do it because we're going to access game objects here, so never mind. We do protected override. No, it's not this. Yeah, why am I doing system base? Oh yeah, this is for Latios. You don't have to. Which is all the screen browser space, but they have to make me stop watching live content to watch ads. I'd have no problem with constant banners / ad boxes on the screen. Don't give them ideas, man. To make it even worse. Or do they already do that? I watch with an ad blocker, so actually I have no idea. Sorry, I mean, what's an ad blocker? I have no idea what an ad blocker is. I have no idea what these people are talking about potentially avoiding ads. I would never advocate for blocking ads. What do we need? We need the, let's see, for each of our weapon. What's our weapon manager component even have? Yeah, just 2 indices. Okay. Our weapon manager, I guess weapons. In system API query of ref. Can you access the components directly in the query, I think? Well, whatever. Ref RW weapon manager, because we need to update the index based on the input, but not right now. We're not actually going to be doing that. Technically, this is ref RO of the weapons. Although, yeah, this is a dynamic buffer of weapon buffer component, right? Yeah, and then we got a dynamic buffer of weapons. We got our weapon manager, var weapon index equals weapon manager dot value ro dot current weapon index. Nice emote. Cat eating. Current weapon index is the int. I'm just gonna assume that it is correct for now. Our weapon is weapons weapon index. You can do array, array access, right? Okay, weapon.weapon. Weapon is a game object. Yeah, we got a reference to the game object, but not to the component, right? So it's... Damn it. Or Unity stuff. You can actually use manage components in an iJob entity too. For like animations on a lot of things, you can multi-thread it, I think. Oh, can you? The main limitation is what? Burst compiling, right? You can't burst compile. Or you can't burst compile, and you can only use it from the main thread, right? So you can't do it in a parallel job, right? You cannot burst. No burstin'. Bursting makes me feel good. Unsure. Unsure. Alright, we'll try it out and then break the game and then see what happens. Get component? Yeah. Alright, so we just, what, get component? This is a game object, right? Or rather, no, this is a Unity object ref, and then we do dot value dot get component of weapon var we'll do this var weapon equals weapon game object weapon whatever, we'll just do this weapon dot value, and then we do weapon game. Yeah. All right. This is a ton of non-null checking. It feels very weird as someone who's coded in Rust before to be so loosey-goosey with the not null checking, but also this is just like quick temporary code. I mean, we probably should be null checking in a bunch of places, right? Whatever. You can burst a method within the job if it's its own thing. Same for anything, really. Wow. Okay, so now we finally have the weapon, right? And this is the current weapon. So weapon dot try fire. We can finally call our method on the weapon. This will run every single tick though. How are we getting the input in other places? We have like the player jump system. Rather, yeah, player input. Yeah, we'll just do get singleton. Do a little get singleton. Let's see if player input dot fire, then we try fire with the weapon. And we'll have the weapon handle the logic for can we fire right now. If I need access to manage type from like an update within a bursted system, I use burst discard on a method I call from the burst update. Oh, neat. So you have a system that has burst compile, and like every part of that system can be burst compiled except for the one tiny thing. Then you can do burst discard. Cool. That's good to know. That's good to know. Okay, so now let's add the weapon manager system into our super systems. Yeah, player weapon system, super system, add our unmanaged system, weapon manager system. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's try that. Nice. Ugh. I love walking a million miles in order to get a reference to a game object. Alright, open the console. Click. 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 Nice. So every single tick, ECS is actually running at 60 tick, even though I set it differently in the project settings, I think. But yeah, as long as we're holding the fire button, then yeah, it's gonna log the try fire. Okay, cool. Time to sleep. Nearly 12 a.m. Thanks for stream. Good luck. Thank you. Thanks for showing up. Where'd you set that? Where did I set? Where did I set? Where did I set what? We added it to our root super systems. This is using Latios framework. So this is a Latios framework thing where you have to, or you can define the explicit system order here. We defined a bool fire in our player input struct, which is just a component that singleton component that has all the player inputs. We get the player input here, and then we update limit you set in project settings. So I actually found this out like last stream, I think. In edit project settings, if you're doing, where is it? Is it in physics? Physics, Unity, physics settings. No, it's not in physics. It's a fixed delta time. Here, fixed time step. So if in project settings, you can't see this because it's in a pop-up window, but in project settings, you have fixed time step. So that's the Unity GameObject world. Delta time, fixed delta time. And I learned that last stream when I was like figuring out, oh wait, this is not updating at the correct time, and I was getting the wrong delta time. And then I learned, oh, you're supposed to get where did I use this? Where was I using this? I think in Yeah, and the time to live system. Yeah, that's where I found out. Oh, wait, we're getting the wrong delta time. And then I said to this, yeah, state, world, and manage time delta time. And apparently you're not. Here's the worst part. If you do state, world, unmanaged time, if you do fixed delta time, if you read the the comment for it, it says currently an alias to time.fixed delta time. The member will be deprecated once a native fixed delta time is introduced in Unity entities. So this will give you the wrong fixed delta time. So don't use that. I use system API time. Oh, that sounds a lot more convenient. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, this is the same as the, yeah, getting it from the state, right? Okay. Not working in iJump entity, utility methods, and aspects. Okay. I did not use the other. Why is there two? Oh, well, that seems like, yeah, weird thing that should be fixed in the API. I should sleep. Good night. All right. Good night. Good night. Thanks for the company and the help. Thank you. Okay, so that's our fire input. I'm gonna commit that because I'm feeling like that's a lot to not commit. Ah. Commit. Weapon. Add firing. Add dry fire method. Do. Yeah, and all it does is console log weapon. Oh god. What am I typing? Weapon add dry fire. I can't even type. My brain is cooked. Okay, what do we got now? Why is my GIMP still open? Oh my god. I was making the thumbnail for the stream, which is pretty templated at this point. I'm so glad that GIMP finally added being able to like undo and reorder effects, non-destructive effects in GIMP 3.0. Saves me so much time when I want to adjust a tiny thing about a text object that I have like a drop shadow and stuff on. Such a good change. What now? So obviously we're not done, but also we're 3 hours into stream. I'm getting a little tired. My brain's getting a little tired, and we kind of have a lot to do here. Read the player input. Weapon changes, I'm just gonna handle way later. So actually, probably the main thing we want to do is here are my notes. Oh, you can't even see it. This thing. I want to spawn a projectile or spawn a hit scan. I guess for now we'll spawn a projectile because we were working on the code for that anyway. And so that'll probably be in a helper function. But also, the projectile is just a prefab, right? prefab, but it's we want it to be an entity prefab though. So how do we, I guess, bake an entity or like instantiate an entity prefab in code? Or how does that even work? Oh no, start page. Don't do this to me, start page. Prefabs and baking. During the baking process, prefabs are baked into entity prefabs. So it should already be an entity prefab? Wait. You can call get entity the bake function. This is a little weird because we're in GameObject world for the weapon logic. But we want the weapon. I mean, I could do it from ECS, but I think I'd rather have all the logic sort of contained in the weapon than make weapon like a base class or an interface. This is annoying. To reference the entity prefab during baking, use entity prefab reference struct. To instantiate prefabs or reference components, use an entity manager or an entity command buffer. Prefabs and queries show prefab instances. Okay, I want, what do I want? I want an entity prefab, but I want it inside of a game object that's been instantiated at runtime. So what does that look like? Component entity, new entity prefab component. Do we just not tie the projectile prefab or whatever, the hit scan prefab of the projectile prefab to the weapon? Good. Unity, oh my god, what are you doing? Entity prefab on GameObject? You can use entity prefabs in a similar way to GameObject prefabs because they instantiated using runtime. Yes, bake. Thanks. Feature snippet. Bake the GameObject prefabs, make them available in the entity scene. Dude, I'm okay. Okay. Am I doing something weird here? I mean, probably, yeah. But, you know, I do have game objects I want to interact with. Spawn pre-proled enemy prefabs. I'd like to convert my existing enemy game objects from model behavior to entities. So you'll use dots for move and attack, etc. Keep other logic. Let's see. Create an entity, add all the components manually in model behavior. Second way, separate objects for a pre-baked entity and the game object part. Entity prefab stores a reference to the game object prefab. Using a class ICD, shared component, or Unity object ref. At runtime instantiates, possibly using pooling. There's a system of sync transforms using iDrob parallel for transform. Oh, there's a specific system for syncing transforms? Oh, okay, neat. For scene entities, split is similar, except instead of the entity prefab spawning the game object prefab, the two both exist and find each other using some kind of GUID. spawn an instance of prefab during baking. Store a reference to that. Update the enemy's transform to match its game object as the ladder moves around. Game objects spawn this way, don't seem to actually react to them on behavior scripts. You're supposed to interact with them. The subscene in the hierarchy is open for editing. SX is disabled? What the heck? Loading an entity prefab. Comprehensive guide to generating entity prefabs at runtime. Ooh, bro, stop. Okay. Okay, prefab instantiating involves creating a script to access prefab in the project window, calling instantiate to spawn it. In ECS, project process similar, handle it in a more modular way. Prefabs are converted to entities through a baking process and structured using ECS components. The prefab can then be instantiated at runtime using entity manager instantiate method. Baker class is required to convert a prefab game object into an ECS entity. Okay. The instructor holder prefab data. Okay. So wait, can I just store an entity? Wait. To instantiate entities at runtime. Yeah, entity manager instantiate. Okay, sure. Wait. We have our game object. Yeah, we're in the game object role. We don't have an entity for our game object, but we have like a one-way reference from ECS referencing, what's it, the buffer data that's on the weapon manager component. The weapon itself isn't an entity. It's just the game object. But we want the weapon to have a prefab entity, which we could do if it was an entity, but seems like it would be complicated to do on a game object, or rather there's not really a defined workflow for that. Wait a minute. Prefab equals get entity. Authoring.prefab. How to generate entity prefabs. How to set your prefab. How do you spawn an entity from game object code? Finally, okay. How do you spawn an entity from game object code in the new Baker flow? With the runtime conversion. Thank you, Pablo. Hi, Felix. I'm back. Welcome back. You're watching me suffering. How do I call a Baker to create my entity from a game object? Creation API. Damn it. I can't believe they changed the folder structure of the entity components to some samples. Repo and then broke a bajillion links to the samples. What even is this? Hybrid ERP samples. Are they even samples? What? Hybrid. Nah. Where are your hybrid game object samples? I still need game objects. I mean, in theory, I could just, you know, put all the logic in ECS and just reference the game object when you need the visuals, which probably makes more sense. Split your object in two, one for the presentation game object, one for the simulation entity. Use prefab to spawn them in runtime. What I'm looking for is the other way around. I need game objects to control where and when and where entities are spawned and how long they live. Or an efficient way to send data to an entity spawn system so it knows when and how an entity should be spawned. You can use, what is this property? Default game object injection world? Reference to the default world? To get the default world and access enemy manager from anywhere you want. Okay, reference the world. What weapons are we adding? Working on the rocket launcher first. But there's still a lot. Well, maybe not that much. Maybe it's just me being stuck on, I don't know how to do this, or maybe my organization isn't going to work out. It seems like the most... What is it? What do you get? To get into prefab outside of a baker. No way I know of ECS philosophy is process as much work as possible. I build authoring time for the runtime to be most performant. Creating entity at runtime from scratch should be a very rare scenario, in my opinion. It's not what I'm trying to do. Store entity and entity command buffer. Love your solution, especially the lifecycle part. Runtime authoring solution for entities and miscellaneous tooling. Entity behavior handles entity creation lifecycle that's connected to the mono behavior. It's just generic workflow and authoring entities from mono behaviors. Okay. Everything is sounding like they just want me to use entities for the logic. And that means just reworking my weapon plan to work in ECS world. And then the weapon stores an entity prefab of the rocket. Or the projectile, I guess. Projectile or hit scans or whatever we want to add there. Then if you want to like vary it with the player's stats, then I guess that'll be when we instantiate the entity prefab. Okay, so I do have to rework this some, and just think about more about just doing it on my own, in my own way. What does that mean? Weapon can't be a mono behavior. So the mono behavior would be the weapon visual instead, or rather, we could reference the animator directly, but it's probably better to have it in a script or something. Wow. Okay, so if we want all the logic to be in ECS, then how does that look? The weapon needs a state. So weapon state, we need a fire delay, we need a fire timer, we need logic for when the unequip animation is done. So what, we get the entity of the weapon, but then the weapon also needs a reference to its game object representation. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, the whole baking process can't really... I guess we can't attach the entity stuff to a mono behavior? Man, that's got to be really annoying for someone like trying to convert a project over to dots from game object world. Man. Is there really no way to do this? I'm reading docs. Prefabs are baked. Okay. During the baking process, prefabs are baked into entity prefabs. An entity prefab is an entity that has the following components. Prefab tag, linked entity group buffer. You can use an entity prefab in a similar way to game object prefabs, because they can be instantiated at runtime. To use them at runtime, you must bake the game object prefabs and make them available in the entity scene. Okay. So there's like no concept of, what is it? Like referencing an entity prefab in a mono behavior, but it sounds like it's theoretically possible, right? It's just not really supported or recommended, is it? Let's register them to a baker. Linked entity groups. Oh, auto ads. Man. Is there a way to get pre-baked entities can dynamically instantiate into any loaded scene you happen to be in? It only triggers from subscenes. Inside a mono behavior inside that subscene. An archetype for data. Using an entity archetype to instantiate, have that in the memory, fill them in. Oh. Oh, Render mesh only for baking. What the heck? Damn. Okay, so maybe in general, how are we how can we communicate between ECS and game objects if you want game objects to have logic on them beyond just the visuals? Which maybe we don't. Maybe we do want to do every bit of logic in ECS as much as possible. It seems like it's sort of Unity's making it more roundabout and harder to do things if we don't do it their way. Oh my god. I need a stretch. My neck is tight. Blah. I keep watching those like chiropractic videos. I've been getting like more weird popping like sebaceous filament removal, ingrown hair removal stuff on my YouTube feed. Ingrown nails being cleaned. Ear cleaning. This feels like the next, what was it, level of compared to like, I don't know, the hoof trimming stuff. The hoof trimming, at least it's not human, so that kind of makes it feel less weird and gross. But when it's like human, so I guess if it's just normal nail salon stuff, then it's not really like too bad. Anyway, it seems like Unity wants us to not sheep shearing. I think I've watched a tiny bit of those videos, but my algo is kind of homing in on on other stuff. But yeah, I used to watch a lot of the like cow hoof trimming videos. Man. But yeah, it seems like Unity really wants me to not, or really would prefer me to just tie all the logic into ECS, or do all the logic in ECS and use game objects only for visuals. So in the case of spawning projectiles and stuff, thing is, you probably want to apply an offset. Was it? I think in TF2, right? It's like a hard-coded offset for spawning rockets from the player's view, as opposed to being tied to the view model in any way. But like that hard-coded offset approximately matches the view model. So it seems like, was it, instead of the game object, we have a weapon entity. The weapon entity stores a projectile prefab component, or rather it might have a projectile prefab component, or it might have a hit scan prefab component, or it might have, I don't know, what other third attack, melee attacks or something definitions. So in that case, we make a our weapons are still prefabs, but we make a weapon authoring component. Okay, hold on. Let me write this down. Weapon in ECS. Weapon authoring, and then components are, I guess we can have like a weapon tag. We need a reference to the visual. So it'll be weapon visual is a value is a Unity object ref to a game object. That makes it a little easier, actually. Wait. ECS. Let's see. Weapon buffer component now references the weapon is an entity, I think. Yeah, it's the instantiated entity. And visual is a game object. I think my concern, the reason I wanted it in mono behavior in the first place is to get the OOP things like inheritance and make it so you can extend a weapon class and then modify things like how does it fire. But I guess in theory you can just add all that logic into your systems. Maybe if you want to add a completely new type of weapon that does much different things, then you just write make the query do with none of a certain special weapon tag and then do another system that reads with all of the certain weapon tag. It feels not as nice for like encapsulating the code, which is, you know, one of the benefits of OOP is encapsulation. And, you know, in theory, making it not spaghetti like. Man, this just feels like a case where OOP just makes more sense, but the one thing we're missing is storing the projectile prefab on the game object and then instantiating that from ECS. I still want to try and make this work, which means for the spawning the projectile, maybe we have like a map of different projectiles at runtime of like all the different what's the word? Different types of projectiles that can spawn. And then you pass in like an index into that map of projectiles and a position and a velocity and all that. And then from there you can spawn the projectile. So I really would prefer to design it this way, I think. So maybe you have like an energy weapon that has an overheat instead of a magazine based thing, and then it has like certain tags on it that affect the upgrades that you can get, and then the upgrades affect each weapon specifically in a certain way. So I still want to make this work, this mono behavior version work. And that means that, was it? I can't tell if there's a way to attach a prefab entity to the game object besides, I don't know, creating it in the ECS world and then having like a reference on this mono behavior to a random entity from the ECS world. That seems maybe a little weird. Not at 4 hours yet. Probably put a cutoff at like 5 hours ish. I might end anywhere between 4 and 5 hours. So let's see. In the case of one weapon, right, we're just trying to make the one rocket launcher. Then we can hard code that we're gonna spawn the rocket prefab entity. And we get that from a singleton. Talking about singletons again. You see, this is another use case, I think, for a singleton. So maybe we have a singleton that's just every type of projectile that can spawn. And what defines the weapon is that it references that in some way. So maybe it has a key referencing a dictionary. Is that reasonable? Is that reasonable? God, this feels like it's gonna be really roundabout and annoying, regardless of how we do it. Man. Why does it have to be this way? Why? Why? I guess I should think about... So, when I did FPS Survivors in Godot, I made like a Godot class that was spawn hit scan properties and spawn projectile properties. But that never included like a mesh as well, which I suppose you could add. But in this case, I kind of want... Make a singleton that has different projectile types. Because you probably want different visuals for your different projectiles, right? Probably. So you want like a, I don't know, a rocket projectile and a shotgun pellet projectile, and you want a bullet, whatever. That'll probably be a hit scan though. Man. Man. Although a generalized system is probably kind of well tuned for a roguelike in the first place anyway. I don't know. How many different projectile types do you really need? I guess I need to think about making this sort of data representation. Man, yeah. Okay, so the main thing is we can't store the entity prefab directly on this game object because it's really meant to go the other way. You know, entities reference game objects, but then game objects don't really reference entities beyond baking where they get turned into entities. But this is definitely a game object in the game object world and doesn't really have references to entities beyond if we do a singleton. So we probably have to end up doing a singleton, and that singleton needs a way to reference. One, we need a way to define our different projectile types, and then two, we need to reference those projectile types. So it sounds like it would probably be a dictionary. What we want is like a dictionary of prefab entities to reference. Attached to like a singleton. We have like there's a few types for that, right? In ECS. I'm thinking, what was it? Native, there's like native containers, these ones. A single long-lived data structure should potentially be used by multiple systems. We found it convenient in engine code to put such containers on singleton components. When a native container is on a component, we enforce some restrictions on that component to ensure safety. In particular, we do not allow scheduling jobs against these components with ijob chunk or ijob entity. It's because those jobs already access those components via containers, and the job safety system doesn't scan for nested containers. Okay, however, we do allow scheduling jobs against the containers themselves. So we get the component on the main thread, extract the container, and schedule the job against the container itself. The singleton functions are specifically designed for this case and avoid completing unnecessary dependencies for this reason, so you can chain jobs across multiple systems against the same container and singleton component without creating a sync point. Hold on. 2 native array, read array, 2 native array. So what are these native containers, by the way? Rather, oh yeah, these are just in Unity collections. Buffer of native memory. It sounds like we just want like a dictionary, right? Now, can that be stored on a component? That seems like a no-no, right? That's not blittable data. In that case, it's a managed component, right? Okay, unlike unmanaged components, managed components can store properties of any type. However, they're more resource intensive to store and access. Yeah. So it's all good, right? We can just make public class, example managed component, iComponent data, store a dictionary of like names to entities. Well, it'll be like a hash map or whatever. What's the C# dictionary? C# dictionary. Okay, yeah, so yeah, we can do a type dictionary like this. Okay, then where are we getting the entities from? I guess we have like so what does that look like? Projectile singleton. We have like a projectile singleton that stores prefabs of all of our prefab entities. And then we reference those prefabs from our weapons in mono behavior by the key. So it's a little roundabout, but don't think it's too out there. It does kind of rely on some loosey-goosey runtime stuff. So what does that look like? I should open Paint for this, honestly. Where's my... Here, I'm just gonna show you guys my MS Paint. Unzips my MS Paint. We have... What was it? Projectile singleton. Or maybe it's like projectile prefabs or something. Oh no. So yeah, projectile prefabs, this is a singleton. And we'll need an authoring component. And it stores a Yeah, projectile prefabs is the component, and it stores a something. Stores prefabs is a dictionary of, I guess, string. I don't know if that's lowercase or uppercase string. It's lowercase string, isn't it? In C#, right? So it's a dictionary of strings to entities. But that's slow. We probably don't want to be doing string lookups at runtime. So we'd probably store an enum. Some projectile type. It's an enum. I'm even using I'm literally writing text in OS Fate. There's no reason for me to be doing it like this. But whatever. Weapon is a mono behavior. This talks to ECSUtil is a static like helper class functions, static helper functions. And this talks to, or this gets the singleton. God, this is so messy. This gets the singleton from projectile prefabs, or gets the singleton that is projectile prefabs, and uses that to get the projectile type. We need to store a projectile type enum somewhere, maybe in like a static projectile prefabs something class. Ugh. Does that make sense? Okay, I'm just gonna close that. Ugh. Lag. Okay. So instead of doing this, projectile prefabs. Singleton entity slash component stores prefabs is a dictionary of projectile type enum projectile type. Stores a dictionary of projectile type to entity. Values are prefab entities. Which should work because it's sort of integrated with the Unitor. So then in the authoring component, we have the prefabs. And then we like set them in the editor, right? So then in the future, hypothetically, we want modding support. We get that singleton entity we add to the prefabs dictionary, I guess. So then when we spawn them, we set things like position, velocity, other stuff. Does that make sense? Does that work? Hello, hello. Hello, Boogie. Boogie, boogie. Is that a cat dancing? As VD. Is that another VTuber? Hello. So let's see. Make projectile prefabs, a singleton entity, store an enum projectile type. Prefabs will be a dictionary from projectile type to entity. And then in ECSUtil, we take a projectile type position, velocity, stuff like that. Wow. Yo, keep Pavlov goes back. Ugh. What are we doing? ECS util, spawn projectile. We'll get projectile prefabs, singleton, get entity prefab from singleton, and then spawn the entity. That makes sense, right? Now we can have all our logic in mono behavior for OOP reasons, because I want to mix OOP. What's going on? For Doctimo likes to meow a lot. What are you talking about? How many times have I meowed? Maybe like, I don't know, once every other stream. What's going on is we're making a weapon system for our game, and it's going very slowly. We're nowhere near done. I can show you what we have so far this stream. But yeah, it's mostly been me reading documentation, thinking about how this is actually going to work. Here's my windows. What we have so far is we have a weapon. If we click, it says try fire because we're calling a method on a game object that we instantiated at runtime. Wow. Wow. Amazing. And I also added like another thing to update the transform of this weapon to match the view every frame. Wow. But yeah, still need to think a lot about how we are, what was it? Spawning things in ECS to the actual weapon in the game object world. Which I want to do because I feel like it works better. It's going to work better for, I don't know, keeping things tied to like a weapon object instead of doing an ECS. Because I feel like a weapon in a game is a very object-oriented thing. Do you know like coding or something? Sorry, all I know is reading documentation and writing stuff down in my notes. There's no actual coding going on here. But yeah, this is the plan roughly. This should work. Should this work? I honestly have no idea. I'm gonna try it though. We make a projectile prefab singleton, and then we reference the projectile type from the weapon. How do we handle upgrades though? Damn, this is what happens when you think about, I don't know, designing a roguelike as opposed to just a regular game where you can hard code the value of the damage on the thing. Man. So maybe the weapon script has a calculate damage function. And then we get the player upgrades. We can get that from the ECS world. So we have access to everything ECS from game object modern behavior world. I guess if our weapons get absurdly complicated, then, you know, there might be a performance concern there. Roguelike? I thought it was a survival game. I mean, a survivor's game is a roguelike, right? Can you learn stuff like that? Make a game from YouTube? You can definitely learn a lot from YouTube, but you're probably going to have to read and learn how to like read documentation, learn how to like Google stuff outside of YouTube. So like a term I hear thrown around a lot is tutorial hell. This idea that you like get stuck, all you know how to do is follow the tutorial and you don't actually like learn anything from the tutorial. I think that's an issue of not knowing how to use tutorials and not knowing how to, like, I don't know, how to learn a thing outside of the tutorial. Because I think reading documentation is one of the really important things. And if you don't do that, then you won't really know how to extend a tutorial or like build off of a tutorial or like continue on to, you know, customize a thing to do what you want instead of just what the tutorial does. Tutorial hell had me by the balls when I was first learning Blender. I'm still learning. I'm still relatively new to Blender. I probably spent like, I don't know, a whole day's worth of time actually learning it. But yeah, for making assets for this game, probably have to spend more time in that. Does this make sense? I made the rocket prefab, right? Let me look back on the rocket prefab. It's like, where is it? Prefabs, this one. What did we add to it? We had the rocket authoring, yeah, and then this becomes our thing. Here's our VS Code, yeah. Time to live, knockback, collision radius, explosive, previous position. The VFX rocket event spawner, yeah. I didn't add a rocket tag. I didn't make a rocket tag component, I think. But I wanted to do that to make like specific stuff. Make it do specific rocket stuff. Man. Okay. I see no reason why this shouldn't be able to work. So I'm just gonna try it. We're just gonna try it, and then if it doesn't work, then we just wasted a bunch of time, but that's fine. We learned something, hopefully. Which means we start with making, what, the component? This will be a managed component. This will be the projectile prefabs component. The singleton component. Where's my notes? Here. Singleton component. You can't see. Okay, well, whatever. Like a singleton component. Public class projectile prefabs is iComponent data. And it's a class because we're doing managed data, because we're gonna public prefabs, public dictionary of, we need an enum. We'll just do int for now. To entity prefabs. Yeah. I think you always like learn. I think the most important thing when creating a game is patience. It's gonna be a long haul. Just considering the fact that we don't have weapons yet. When did we start this? Like 3 weeks ago? I don't know. I think I started this like a couple weeks ago. But we just barely have player movement. We don't have weapons yet. If I use like a tutorial or a existing code base or something, then it'd probably be faster. We don't have weapons yet. We don't have enemies yet. But we're working on it. At the very least, hopefully this system's extensible enough that I can use it in more projects than just this one. Right? That I'm not just building this for nothing. I'll be able to use it in more than just this one project. But yeah. So component, projectile prefabs, this will be like a singleton with a dictionary. Has to be class because it's managed data. So in authoring, we'll make an authoring script, call it projectile prefabs authoring. That's C#. and an authoring script extends mono behavior, and it does all this stuff. Projectile prefabs, authoring. So this has a dictionary. I think we make the enum here. Enum projectile type. Should probably use namespaces at some point. I'm here again. Hello, Shrekbeard. Hello, Sino. Oh, we hit the 4-hour mark. I'm probably gonna end, I want to say within an hour. But we'll see how long we go. I haven't checked how long till the next ad break. Oh, it starts in like a minute. Okay, I'm probably just gonna use the bathroom. I got to take a bathroom break. But yeah, projectile prefabs, authoring. Dictionary of projectile type to sweet game object. Prefabs. See if it work. Oh wait. I need to import dictionary. Okay. Okay. It is what it is. Go ahead. Okay, I'll go. Ad start in 9 seconds. Okay, bye. Bye Twitch. I'm gonna BRB. I'm gonna take a bathroom break. Okay. BRB. Enjoy the code. Nah, you can look at the game window, I guess. He hates us. Hey guys, I'm back. Yo, nice rave, lasers, pew pew pew. Okay, what was the plan? Glasses on, nerd emoji. Where's my code? Okay. Let's see. Field type. Wait, what? Projectile prefabs authoring. Prefabs. Huh? Oh, wait, the enum. Oh, he's back. He loves us. Oh my god. Oh my god. My code is mess. I guess you could move this enum over to projectile prefabs. But then it's like projectile prefabs, projectile. Bleh. You know what? No, fuck it. This is what namespaces are for, right? You put the enum out here. Screw it. The namespaces I'm not using, by the way. Okay, so prefabs and then entity add component, or no, it's add component. Entity, make a new projectile prefabs, this thing. Or rather, we could do like a fancy, is it prefabs? Oh wait, this is lowercase. My naming conventions. My naming conventions. All right, prefabs is authoring dot prefabs. Can we? Is there a map function? C# dictionary map. Map from dictionary? Dictionary. Mapping of dictionary instead switch. Mapping keys. No, I know mapping in that sense. Ugh. Hello there, hope you're doing well. Hello. Hello, Liza the Legendary. I love your avatar with a little keyboard. Thank you. Thank you. It's made by... Oh, do I not have the credits on Twitch? I have the credits in my YouTube description. I'm dual streaming. But the model is by artist whose name is hex code for a shade of blue. 0x something. Is there a mapping? Is there like a map function for dictionaries? Not converting to a map. What's the C# equivalent of map in Java? This one. This is what I'm looking for. No, not this. Not this map. God damn it. Ugh. What's a for each on a dictionary look like? How do you iterate over a dictionary? Where's my browser window? Here, so you can... Go. Var key value, okay. Well, that makes sense. What I'm looking for is like array map, but for dictionary. Like in JavaScript or in Python or whatever. Surely something like that exists in C#, right? I don't know what you mean with array map. How do I describe it? Does C# have an array map? Array.map? Yeah, it's like the functional programming thing. It's where you like... How do I... Does this have an example? Here, the functional way. Okay. Something dot map, and then you pass in a function that performs an operation on each of the elements of the map. I just really prefer writing it this way. So I'm looking for something like that, but for you're looking for link. C#. Tell me about this link. Language integrated query. I'm still new to to Unity and C#, or rather, it's been a while since I've used Unity. INumeral from... What the fuck? This is not SQL. This looks like SQL. Hey Neo, hi Nicola. Congrats on getting your gift membership. You can also just use methods instead of using their special syntax. Oh, okay. So I don't have to use this SQL-like looking thing. Got your sub? Yeah, congrats. It was Lord Mollington. Main idle game in Minecraft, like a late game thing. Aren't there like all the like automation style games in Minecraft mods? What the hell is this? Query creation, data source query, right link queries. Maybe I'm overcomplicating this. Where order by? So does this have stuff where you can like modify it? Maybe I should just search for like C# functional programming. For a bike ride, nice. Yippee. Functional programming, first class functions. Sure, yeah, sure. Yeah. Maybe I should just look at was it C# dictionary? Dictionary class and look at the methods on that. Contains key, contains value, ensure capacity, get alternate lookup. Get enumerator, get type. Member-wise clone. Keys, get fixed size. Get enumerator. Extension methods. Two frozen dictionary, two frozen set, as read only. Two mutable dictionary. Two mutable list. Copy to data table. Am I wrong in thinking that was it? maybe the answer is in the link stuff and I'm too lazy to look through all the docs, but the Python dictionary probably has a map function, right? First off, list probably has a mapped function, right? Or no, it's the map function. It's this map. Am I going crazy? Python, hold on, Python map. The map function, this one. Returns an iterator that applies function to every item of iterable, yielding the results. Yeah, I'm looking for this, or something like this, but for C#. And I'm just new to C#. The problem with having you're still not entirely sure what your goal is. You just want a for each loop? I could do this in a for each loop. Okay, here's what I'm trying to do. So I have a dictionary of mapping projectile type to game object. And actually, I'm not even sure if this will work. Whatever, we do something on the game object to, rather, no, they get baked into entities at baking time? Wait, damn it. Okay, maybe I don't fully understand the whole process of what I'm trying to do here. Where are we? Entity prefabs. Here, prefabs and baking. This thing. Take your time, straighten out your thoughts. Yeah. Prefabs are baked into entity prefabs. So can we do this in an authoring component? Wait. Hold on. Get prefab authoring mono behavior, and then in the baker entity prefab is get entity. Oh wait. Yeah, okay. So I do know what we want to do. We want to call get entity on the prefab. Okay, hold on. So all right, we have this dictionary in the baker in the authoring component. We have the authoring component. The authoring component has a dictionary from projectile type to game object. In the bake function, we want to turn this dictionary into a dictionary from projectile type to entity instead of game object. And basically what we want to do is call get entity on each of these game objects to get the entity and like transform this into a dictionary from projectile type to game object. And so we could do that in a for each loop like ag var prefabs for each key value equals, hold on, var prefabs equals dictionary. Your new dictionary projectile type to entity. and then for each over authoring dot prefabs. Damn it. Authoring. Stop doing that. Authoring dot. Stop. Prefabs. Inner type and boy cultist. Or was it key value in authoring dot prefabs? Yeah, this thing. Prefabs of, is it add? Hold on. Key value, add key value. Key and then value, get entity. And value is the game object. Set the transform usage flags dot dynamic. Yeah, so this does what I want, I'm pretty sure. Or rather, hold on. First, we need to go back to this definition. Change this to projectile type. Yeah. Okay, so this is what I want to do. This, I mean, this should work already, right? But what I'm looking for is like, is there a map function where I can like pass in a function type and then have it work on each key and value, or am I asking for too much? Honestly, this is clean enough that I probably shouldn't need to worry about it at all. We gotta recompile because we changed the signature of this thing. Prefabs key equals value. That is probably easier to read. Yeah, we'll do it that way then. That component entity projectile feed. Yeah. Oh, was it add manage? Is it? Hold on. Add share component managed. Hold on. The type projectile prefabs must be a non-nullable value type along with all fields. Any level of nesting. T unmanaged. Okay, how do I add a managed component? Let me look at the docs again. Scope is only one line. You can remove the curly braces. I'm actually a firm believer in keeping the curly braces. Rather, I think I took that from was it Google style guide or something? Basically, the idea is like if you want to add to that line or like to the if statement or to the for each loop later, then it's better to always explicitly show the curly braces. But yeah, that would work. I know IEnumerable influence dot for each, but I don't know about iDictionary. Adding it to later, declaring it better for writing. I'm a strong believer in that you read more code more than writing it. Honestly, I'm a strong believer in was it the KNR style of curly brace on the end of a line instead of on the next line, but I'm just doing it this way because that's what the auto formatter is already set to, and it seems like that's the, I guess, the default way in C# in terms of, I don't know, programming preference. Okay, so that should be making it into prefab. The one thing we're missing, how do we add manage components? Optimize manage components. Include a constructor with no parameters for serialization purposes? Wait. Property and manage component use manage type. You manually add the ability to clone, compare, and serialize. Wait, manage component with external resource. Or manage components that reference external resource. Oh, so I could have done it in a manage component instead of a Unity object ref. Wait. But the main reason we want a manage component here is so we can have a dictionary. Man. Unity ECS dictionary. God. Oh, is start page just dead? The hell? Alright, whatever. We're going to Google. Unity ECS dictionary. If. Yeah, that's the ideal. That's how to bake a dictionary. Okay, this is what I'm looking for. This is exactly the thing I'm trying to do. Save baked entities in the dictionary, access them via key. The heck? Baker, entity dictionary. New entity, yeah, okay. Normally, I suggest you put your pairs in a dynamic buffer in system at runtime. In a system at runtime, convert it back into a native hash map. Oh, wait, I can just use native hash map? I guess I should be doing that instead. Unity native hash map. Unity ECS native hash map. Native hash maps was trying to use native hash maps like a dictionary from ECS. Yeah, that sounds like what I'm trying to do. Make it public on the system you're creating. Putting a singleton, right? Well, that's what I'm trying to do here. A static mono behavior. Your ECS system. Okay, so I guess we use native hash map? Question mark? Hold on. Native hash map. Type projectile type can be used as type parameter T key. No conversion from... Oh, iEquatable? So we need to implement iEquatable on... an enum? Wait. God. I don't know why I remembered ReddRobin made a clock system from scratch instead of using the system clock that Uni has. He's just doing it his own way. So how do I even, what is it? Is there a reference an enumeration declared? Enum's iEquatable. Yeah, what the hell is this? Is there a good reason why my enum doesn't implement iEquatable? Mine can cast my enum instance down to the int short whatever. Oh, just cast it to an int. Okay, actually, yeah, no, wait, that makes more sense. Okay, this will be a native hash map of int to entity, and then we cast prefabs of int key. Oh, wait. Cannot convert from, yeah, this becomes a dictionary of int to entity. And then this becomes a native hash map. Hold on. Let me look up the interface for native hash map. God, I have way too many tabs open. Unity native hash map. I'm just gonna close all the other tabs. Forget Unity native hash map. Okay. Enums and C# are very weird. You learn a lot about them if you ever try to do things with them. Using reflections. Yeah, they are weird. Okay, what is hash map? Capacity is created, item. So you can just use this like a dictionary hash map, right? Right? Please tell me that you can. This becomes a native hash map from Unity collections. Oh no, it still doesn't like that. Wait, Why? Which add component? Which add component is this? 8 overloads? Projectile prefabs must be a non-nullable type. Baker add component. Can you not put native hash map on a... Wait. Oh my god. Unity... I'm just gonna look at the Unity dots package. Entities. Oh my god, bring, yeah, okay. Okay. Ugh. Wow. Going through your old code can feel so alien sometimes. So true. Yeah, that's one reason I wanted to restart this project instead of continuing off the Godot Rust codebase. Also because Godot and Rust together was the pain. Am I wrong in thinking that this is just a managed component? And we add clone compares to serialized. What the hell? Components. How do manage components work? Oh my god. This is the real reading documentation stream. Manage and hybrid components. Component concepts, animations, and Unity ECS managed components. It's kind of different from what I'm doing. Where? T key unmanaged, T value unmanaged. Right. So I guess I look for how do we add a managed component to an entity in a baker? It should be an iBaker, I guess. iBaker methods. Add buffer, add component. Add component object. Oh, add component. It's called add component object. Bruh. Add component object. Okay. Here they're using this managed, unmanaged, managed terminology ever, and it's fucking add component object. Okay, great, thanks. Lovely. Which means that actually should probably move the enum. Oh no, it's here. Enum projectile type. Okay, sure. Okay. So that works. So the plan is we make this native hash map mapping ints, well, the projectile type, to entities. And the entities are, yeah, the authoring prefabs, these game objects. And get entity should call the baker on these game objects. So in our case, let's see, this should give us a convenient interface for defining our like projectile singletons. So there's a drug that can make your perception of time slower. I'm surprised pharmaceutical companies haven't made bullet time pills. Oh my god, that would be so awesome. Performance enhancing drugs, but it's literally making you go slow-mo and giving you god-like inhuman reflexes. And then literally everyone in competitive esports would be forced to use them. They don't outlaw them. So let's make a new empty game object. This will be projectile prefabs. And maybe we even make this a prefab. On this we add projectile prefabs authoring. Oh, can you not? Wait, did I not make this? It is public. Can you not edit the, or can you not serialize field? Dictionaries? Wait. Not just math. Oh my god, guys, we found the secret. To become a pro gamer, just take math. Oh god. Getting a null reference exception? Huh? The baking, wait. Line 23? Oh, I think it's trying to bake, but this is null. So we just equals new dictionary. Duh, null references. I love when this conflict. I'd use some blow time pills to catch up on the VTuber drama slop I don't have time to watch. Oh my god, yeah, I could doom scroll Twitter at like 10x speed. Dude, I just found out recently, or literally today, that Twitter has keyboard shortcuts. If you press question mark, then you get these keyboard shortcuts. And the up and down, use the Vim up and down keys. It's J and K. Amazing. Okay, before I see any porn, I'm gonna close Twitter. Okay. Can you not serialize a dictionary in the Unity editor? I'm so used to doing that in Godot. Unity dictionary serialize. Serialize dictionary? Does Unity really not have this? How to serialize dictionary with Unity serialization system? I mean, I could just do... wait, what can I do instead? Public class serializable dictionary. Damn. What the hell? Hold on. Finally, a serializable dictionary from Unity extracted from system collections generic. Subclass. I've added an indexer. Use default value. Oh. Okay. Cool. It's from 2015. They still haven't added an actual serializable dictionary. Why doesn't Unity serialize dictionaries? Oh my god. So whose serializable dictionary? Does this not allow for editing of the dictionary in the inspector? Packages, class, serialized dictionary. Core RP library. Wait. Can we use this? Serialized dictionary using rendering. It's from render. What? Why is this in Unity engine.rendering? Note you have to extend it before it can be serialized, as Unity won't serialize generic base types either. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. I fear no blue screen, I only fear you're out of memory. Just download more RAM. Just it's yeah, you can go on the internet and download more RAM. It's something of people living their daily lives in the Roman Empire. Yeah, can you imagine? Going out to the Colosseum, enjoying a snack of visiting the public baths, hanging dong out with the bros. Yeah, why is this under render pipeline? God, what the hell? Unity serializable dictionary. This is our serializable. Damn, I'm spoiled by Godot. I'm like expecting there to be a serializable dictionary class in the editor, and nope. But Godot has it. But I guess there's this. That's why I was really serialized functions mostly. Odin inspector, make your serialized variables look prettier. Oh my god, I have to add all these extra libraries just to do this little thing. Oh man. Does it support enums? Enum serializer. Oh yeah, enum serializer. I guess all enums. Does it just work? Okay. I might try that. Download more storage. How big is your hash map? You have no idea how cooked Blender Game Engine Python is. Evil urge to make an SFW indie game for money. I was able to stop myself. Other hand from opening Blender. How big is your hash map? Would it be better to go for vector or pairs? Oh yeah, if I don't care about performance, can Unity? Well, first I need to check if Unity can serialize pairs. Wait, Unity pair? Serialized pair? List a generic key value pair in a scriptable object. Unity serializer does not support generic types. The serialization happens on the native C++ side. Every type has to be non-generic in order to be serialized. Oh my god. You know what? Fuck it. You know what we're doing? We're doing list or array of projectile type and array of game object. Public projectile type array. I don't want to deal with this. Keys. And then public game object array. Prefabs. Fuck it. Fuck it. We're doing this. Hashing expensive, so small n vectors are better. That is true. Yeah. There's more about... I mean, this is just going to run once at the beginning of the game, so I'm not concerned about performance at all. This is just about readability. And not adding an extra fucking serialized dictionary library to my code base, I think is my bigger concern here. So in this case, it would be like for in I equals 0, I is less than prefabs length. Wait. Array type, right? Does array not store length? I'm thinking about like Java, I guess. Is this not link? Wait. Oh my god. I'm really not familiar with C# having to look up array length. Wag. I don't care about performance, future AAA game dev. So true. So true. What? There is a length. What? Wait. Why? I went crazy. Wait. No. Oh, wait. It's. I'm looking at the wrong prefabs. Okay. Authoring dot prefabs dot length. Okay. And then I++. Prefabs of int of. Oh, actually, hold on. Authoring dot keys of I. Okay, that's a little hefty. Var index equals authoring keys of I. Can we do int? Yeah, int. Int of authoring keys of I. Prefabs at index is authoring prefabs of I. Call get entity on that. Get entity of the game object using transform usage flags dynamic. Okay, we'll do it this way. I'll do it this way. I give up. I'm not adding an entire fucking extra library just to have a serializable dictionary. We'll just do 2 arrays that we hope are the same length. Memory access pattern hash map is less than ideal. True. Looping over array. Cache happy. Looping over hash map. Gotta look in a bunch of random places. Currently making a game of PS1 art style. Never seen something so butt ugly yet so beautiful at the same time. Honestly, I kind of like the... Yeah, I like the PS1 retro style. Or just like that era of 3D. Is it a bit overused? Maybe. But in terms of what is like... What's the word? Relatively approachable to a... Okay, I feel like any art style, like doing it well is going to be hard. But it's like the... I guess it's like the skill floor argument for like, is a game easy to get into, though that depends on like how hard it is for like a new player to get into it. And I feel like for like the PS1 retro art style, it's kind of like the skill floor is lower. Like it's easier to make something that looks okay in that style than like a photorealistic style. Array measuring conscious in the RAM. Not doing it because I want to. I'm doing it because my PC is doo-doo. Well, I'd be doing it because I probably can't do better in a different art style. Maybe. I feel like a low poly, like flat shaded art style might be easier, arguably. But I think I want to go for like the grittier PS1 look. Okay. So now I can finally should be able to see this in the inspector. Right, Unity? Right? Right, Unity? Alright, element 0 is a rocket, and then prefab 0 is the rocket prefab. The hell? Uni low questions low level. Huh? Oh, is it because we're messing up something in the baker? Oh my. Oh no. Oh, in native hash map? In the baker. Okay, we're getting errors in the baker. That seems iffy. Forgot why I saw it. I remember seeing a data library that had a map that stored a handful of members in a struct and then transitioned to a vector and then a hash map dynamically. It's doing data acrobatics here. Switching up the types. You never know. Okay, apparently line 27 is... Yeah. The hell? What's that? We're still getting the error? Wait, unknown object type has been deallocated, is not allowed to access it. Oh fuck. What the hell is going on? I'd give up and write strings, man. Man. Wait. Passing in this native hash map into the projectile prefabs component. Does that even work? How do we... Collection on component? Using native collection and iComponent data. Okay. Please tell me what you're dealing with. It's a valid approach. Okay. Technically, you can put them in component. It's not practical because you can't bake them. Oh, I'm trying to bake it. God. Baking system doesn't support serializing native collections. Use dynamic buffer, put native containers on singleton components. If you really want it, use undersave counterparts of native. Huh. Man. I'm really fighting with the engine to do it this way instead of just doing the all logic in ECS world and visuals in GameObject world versus I want to spawn an entity from GameObject world. Oh my god. Baking, but it's the funny leaf, yeah. It's making me feel baked. I haven't even smoked a single. Smoked one singular weed. Care a lot about performance is like my favorite thing. Yeah, Nicola is gonna go apeshit on you for suggesting to use strings. Okay. So unsafe collections. Error safety checks. Can use native list instead. We'll be able to use jobs. God, I love all practical discussion regarding technical topics being locked into secret little discords. We'll be able to use jobs outing, right IGC. Attribute type hit. Internal native list won't have its safety injected. You'll be able to get the component using the wrist will throw a write only exception because the handle hasn't been set. I only need like a read only. Man, like we could use dynamic buffer, which actually you brought that up, Nicola, right? That for small n. So actually, yeah, accessing this at runtime is where the performance concern comes into play. So using a dynamic buffer might be better. I guess how many projectiles are we really going to spawn in a single tick at most? I don't know, 100, 200? And if it's going to be way easier to work with, then we probably want to just use dynamic buffer instead. Right, are there any other, I guess, collections on entities other than dynamic buffer? Dynamic buffer components. Introducing dynamic buffer components. Alongside the data, each buffer stores a length and a capacity. Yeah. Uni's a size screen, I guess. We could store, in theory, we could like store the indices referencing, yeah, if we really wanted to, we could like cache the indices into the dynamic buffer. But even that would probably be slower than just looking over manually, right? Projectiles, your n is probably pretty big, but for something like components per entity, n is probably pretty small. Yeah. Okay, we make a singleton component. It's a dynamic buffer. So a singleton dynamic buffer, right? Would you have your projectiles in a hash map? This isn't about the projectiles that are spawned. This is about spawning the projectiles. These are the prefabs to be, these are like the prefab entities to be spawned. And so there's only going to be like a few of them. I don't know. If we have like 10 different projectile types, then there'll be 10 of these. And the main reason is so we can access this from GameObject world. Instead of like storing a projectile prefab on every weapon. Which we can't do because it's in the GameObject world. So instead we're going to store a projectile type on the GameObject. It's going to be fine with vector, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that does make more sense, actually. That does mean we have to filter out, or how does this work? Oh, right. Okay, so if we're defining it through projectile type, this enum. Ideally for performance, then this would be like rocket equals 0 and then bullet equals 1 or whatever, and then we define it just with the index. Oh, okay, that's gonna be a little awkward, but let's see. If we define it just as the game objects, yeah. So if we have like this is projectile prefabs. C# let you index an array with an enum? You have to cast it int, but like I'm doing here. But now we're changing it. So we'll probably just, cast it int and then index into a dynamic buffer on singleton entity, which will be this entity. So how does this work? Where's my... Yeah, we have this thing that makes a thing. So it'll be like this. Add buffer of... Okay, what does this look like? Rename this to projectile prefab. This is an iBuffer element data. And this is a public entity prefab. Or you could name it value or something. Yeah, we'll do it that way. Okay. So now, get rid of this stuff. Get rid of this stuff. Make a projectile prefab buffer. Var projectile prefab. So for each var prefab in authoring dot projectile prefabs, call projectile prefabs dot add new projectile prefab equals prefab. Sorry, no, get entity, prefab, transform, usage flags, dynamic. This is, oh, wait, we need to make this public struct. Yeah. Please tell me that fixed it. Entity, is this nullable? Is that, can you not have entities in a dynamic buffer? Hold on. Oh my god, Unity, ECS, dynamic buffer, entity. Raycast or physics-based pools? We'll have both projectiles and raycast hit scans. So like for rockets, but for bullets, we could do projectile bullets. And then maybe have like very specific laser weapons be hit scans. Can you not make a dynamic buffer of entities? Create a dynamic buffer list set spawner component data. I'm just reading stuff here. Okay, convert game object to entity and load to it. Hey, this guy's trying to do the thing I'm trying to do. I think. Converge system. Oh, this is old. It's 2022. Game object. Am I? Oh, no. Okay, the compiler message went away. Okay, it's just delayed. Okay, so yeah, we can make a dynamic buffer of these projectile prefabs, and then we just index by index. So then this becomes dependent on the order that we put these in this array. So these are indices into projectile prefabs. Okay, that's maybe a little weird to deal with. This is going to be on 2014 Stack Exchange posts in a Russian forum where people are arguing about politics and coding. Neil's tail end. Hello, random perv. Oh, I said I'd end around 5 PST/8 EST. It's usually what I'm grabbing at. Or no, not PST EST. 5 hours of stream, actually. My god, how did I get confused on that one? It's not even that time in either time zone. But yeah, we have hit 5 hours stream, but I have a bit more energy, so I think I'm gonna keep going. I'm just chilling, I'm just vibing. Anyway, hello, random perv. Hello. But yeah, Nicole, you're probably right that hash map is more than I need. The one weird thing is that we're gonna have to remember to sync up this projectile type enum with the order of the projectile prefabs in this game object array, which is maybe a little weird, but I think it's okay, I guess. At a market selling dandelion jelly. Showed up with 50 jars, sold out. Nice. Never heard of dandelion jelly before. By which I mean I know what a dandelion is, but I've never tried the jelly. Okay. Alright, runtime and then no errors. Nice. Okay, I think that works. That means we can spawn projectiles from game object code, right? So Maybe let's test this out. We'll write like an ECS util script. New file, ECS util. $15 a jar. So guess what I'm doing tomorrow? That berry collector's gonna be getting double use. Nice. Nice. What's it taste like? I've never eaten dandelions before. Or rather, is it even... do you even use it as a food, or is it like a skincare product or something? The food, you do eat it? Okay. Neat. I'm curious now. I'm gonna look it up. Dandelion jelly. How to make dandelion jelly. This jelly is amazingly sweet and flavorful. Oh my god. Wow. Like tasting fresh honey. Dandelion petals, lemon juice, powdered fruit pectin. Oh, okay, so it's most the flavor is like not from the dandelions. Oh yeah, I gotta add the yellow food coloring. Yep. Because psychologically it literally does make it taste better. Gorgeous fruit similar to honey. Ah. Makes sense. The pollen, how the bees get their pollen. Okay, I don't know why I'm naming it ECS util when it's gonna be like spawning projectiles. Eh. Okay, how's this gonna work? How's this gonna work? Public static class ECS util. And then what? You reference like system API and stuff? Didn't do any of that. Mostly uses granulated sugar. No food coloring or that crap. Ah, the real dandelion jelly. Random perps of connoisseur. Okay, where were we? Where were we? Also, thank you for the follows. Boogie and Liza the Legendary. What's I doing? We want a function that responding projectile. Public void spawn projectile. Which takes a projectile type. Position. I guess we'll do float 3. Float 3 velocity. So then the projectile prefab is the, hold on, system API singleton gets singleton buffer of projectile prefab. Hold on. Oh no, I can only use this from a system. Oh crap, hold on. Rather, oh right, so hold on. How are we accessing ECS world from outside a system? I think we did this once already, right? I want to try Ash. I want to use Linux. I also want to grind on Genshin ZZZ. Ugh. Might try substituting the sugar of maple syrup or actual honey a few batches. Once those on them, they'll look and taste a bit different. Oh, okay. Yeah, try it. Wah. Wah. I haven't had maple syrup in a while. I like the flavor. Very distinct. Okay. So one thing I did in OG FPS Survivors in Godot and Rust, I had like a queue. And I like called methods on like a simulation API. So actually we could do like queue spawning the projectiles here in ECS util. Since we're not in the system. But then we need to access a singleton from somewhere. Where was I? I swear there's another place I was trying to reference something outside. Oh yeah, it's debug UI. Okay. We did world, default, game object injection world. Hold on. Oh wait, can we just do world dot default game object injection world dot... Can we get singletons from here? No, I think we can only get systems actually. Wait, Get existing system? Return a handle to an existing instance of a system of type T in this world. Huh, okay, so we make like a queue on a system, and then the system handles the spawning. Okay, that's interesting. The American computer science need and force them to teach me modern coding languages. That's one way, yeah. Computer science degree, that costs money. Finding a computer science need and marrying them. It's free, only costs your time and your affection and your level of effort and your ability to communicate socially. Your riz. Ugh. So can you only get things, create system, add systems, expose, get existing system? Is it just systems? Update, clone, as managed system. So world. Okay, I think we, hold on, what do we do here? Yeah, we had a... on player velocity updated. Okay, so this is calling a method from an action in a system using system base, because I think that was necessary to have data here, so it's a managed system. So what does this look like? Cell GF should be fully forced to code. Getting the code mines. I don't think Neo knows how much good food is available from foraging in public parks. Not including hunting the squirrels you taught him. I think that depends on your local laws. Well, the foraging part is probably fine. Shooting the squirrels part depends. So maybe this would be called Q spawn projectile. And so we're gonna get a system And it'll be like the spawn projectile system. Spawn projectile system. That's C#. And what we could do is have a dynamic buffer, but I think to access it outside ECS world, we have to have an array or a list or something that we're adding onto every frame, right? Right? Is then what type is the best thing here? To use here? Can you even store? Hold on. Unity ECS list on system. Sorry, love. If you want gotcha bucks, you need to code my inventory system. Meets my computer science need. No. Don't need a lot of force for them. Slingshot with a pebble will do it. But fine, not hunting. Plenty of wild food if you know what to look for. They'll just hack your bank account. Yeah, that's probably the smarter. That's way easier. In fact, it's way easier because you're like the prime social engineering target. If you're already a couple, right, then that's like way easier to get your passwords. No. Hey, honey, I just need to see the back of your credit card for a sec. Oh, God. Let me handle list arrays. Generic list in ECS. Reading. What'll it list. Union structs, serialized structs, dynamic buffer on your entities. Yeah, so outside of ECS world, the most we can access is this default game object injection world, right? And then we can get a system on the world, right? Let me just take a quick glance over the whole API to see if I'm not like missing anything obvious on a world. World. You don't want to clear out your bank account. You won't wash their shirts or underwear. Hey, I'm not that stinky. I showered. I was cleaning today. Oh no, we have entity manager, right? Hold on. Entity manager. Oh, okay. From the main thread. Entity manager. Right. And then get single to... Wait. Hold on. Entity manager. It's an entity manager. What do you have on entity manager? Add buffer, add component. Can we get singletons? Create singleton buffer. Get all component object. Dynamic shared component count. Can we not get singletons from entity manager? Is that just on... Huh? The heck? How to get a singleton entity from mono behavior. This is what I'm looking for. Please tell me. Create an entity query, get the singleton from the query. Entity manager, create entity query. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm like way overthinking this then. Okay, so... And if we want to, add... Great. Yeah, we can create entity. Yeah, okay. So I need to look over, what was it? I need to look over entity prefab entities again. Prefabs. To entity prefabs, you can use an entity prefab a similar way. They can be instantiated at runtime. Instantiate prefabs. Call entity command buffer instantiate. Use an entity manager or an entity command buffer. Okay. Okay, so for performance, we'd probably want to use an entity command buffer and then do it all at once. But for now, I think we'll just do entity manager and then call instantiate. Yeah, we have a method instantiate on entity manager. Okay, yeah, clones an entity. Yeah, okay, it makes it from a prefab. Okay. Okay. var projectile is, yeah, dot instantiate from the source entity. Var. So this actually isn't queue spawn, it's just spawn projectile. I guess in the future it should be queuing. Okay. Okay, we got the singleton from, how do we get a singleton? We create an entity query. We get the singleton from that query. I'm just gonna, here, do this. Browser go here. And then code can be like this. Okay. Query is entity manager dot create entity query. And this is what this function can take. Can take an entity query builder. So I think we use that in a couple places. System API.query builder. Oh no, that's from System API. How do we get a query builder here in non-ECS world? Our query builder is, can I get here? World.default query builder? No. Where do you get a query builder from? Or can we just not do that? From where can you get a query builder from outside the... Oh, you can just do new entity query build. Okay. Is new entity query builder. Give it the allocator.temp dot how do you get a with how do we get a what's the word, a dynamic I can't speak, a dynamic buffer? Can we just do with all dynamic buffer of where was it, projectile prefab? Can we do that? Apparently? Okay. And then create entity query from the query builder. Does that just work? So we get an entity query. How do we use that entity query? God, I have way too many tabs open. Entity Reddit. Reddit. Still surprised how quickly it sold out given the price. That is good, yeah. Like 4 more than the other guy who sells it, but only has like 5 jars at a time. Damn, the people want dandelion jelly. They demand dandelion jelly. How do I use an entity query now? Wait, this is, yeah, this core rendering file. God, why is this here? Query, okay, query data with a entity query. Okay, execute the query. Typically you execute the entity query and you schedule a job that uses it. You can also call one of the entity query methods that returns arrays. Okay, dot to array of the components. We have a dynamic buffer here. So if we do a 2 component data array, create a native array containing the components of type T. How does this even work? Wait, 2. Does that give you a native array of dynamic buffers? This feels slow. I mean, you could like cache it, right? But like this is a place I'd probably be checking for like performance weirdness. The jars will be used. The jars will be used. 2 big jars, 1 for oh man. Then you finally 3D print a Neo figure and a Jawoon figure. I mean, I've been meaning to update the reorder, or at least like make a new 3D model. Actually, I was thinking of making like a low poly 3D model at some point for you to do anything with up into including putting it in jars. Waking up in a comically large jar is my new fear. Oh no. Oh no. Neil likes it when the giantess puts him in a jar. Oh no. I was about to say depends on who's putting me in the jar, but then I stopped myself. What the hell am I doing? You get a query, and then the query you can call 2 component data array. What's the difference between 2 component array and component data array? 2 component data array of dynamic buffer. Does this even work? Projectile prefab. It should be a singleton though. Must be a reference type nor use that parameter. Okay, so this doesn't work. Okay. Can I even get this out from outside the ECS world? Honestly, I'm thinking for performance reasons, we probably don't even want to do it this way. We want to like make a system to do it. So I might be going back to the QSpawn projectile thing, but then we need to pass all this data, projectile type, position, velocity onto the system, and is that too much? If we like store a dynamic buffer on the system, being a little goofy with this, I feel. Berry collectors are basically buckets you scoop against berry bushes. Prongs separate the branches so a dull blade can grab the berries and collect them. Ah! Neat. Bolting a broom handle to the berry collector I have for berry bushes. Nice. What are you doing? What am I doing? I'm like falling asleep here. We're at 5 hours, 30 minutes of stream. Poster I made for dinner in general. Alright, let's take a look. Where's the general? Oh my god, someone joined the Discord. Oh. Spicy wings. Fried chicken. Nice. Covered in ketchup. Nice, looks good. Would eat. Would. And by would, let's just say I would eat those chicken wings. Okay, where are we? Where are we? To component array to entity array, check out singleton. You won't eat real foods. I eat real food sometimes. I made was it ginger scallion sauce? The what was it? I'll just Google it. Ginger scallion sauce. Ag. Yeah, I made this. I think I didn't heat the. I didn't heat the oil enough to make it really well, but I made this. Where's a picture? There's a picture. Sauce. But yeah, it turned out alright. This condiment. It goes on real food. Yeah, I had it with chicken. Yeah, I had it with real food. Sounds fake to me, I don't know. Real food. Fake food. Real food. Fake food. I just eat, man. Friend told me it looks like the chicken the fat storekeeper guy from Stalker eats. Nice. Correctly adding a managed shared component. How to add a managed component. God. Get a singleton entity from mono behavior. Okay, so we get the... Try get singleton entity. Oh, we call Q? Wait. Get the query. Hold on. var. Hold on. Prefabs equals query dot. Get singleton buffer? Oh, wait. With all dynamic buffer, projectile prefab. Get singleton buffer, projectile prefab. That's it, right? Returns a, yeah, dynamic buffer. Okay, okay. I think I was overcomplicating in my head. But yeah, this is probably slower. I mean, one, we can't do it on the main thread. Or, sorry, we can only do it on the main thread. We can't... thing. Cannot declare instance members in a static... Oh, yeah, this is a static function. Wow. Damn things, I think. It was chicken flavored paste. No, it was real chicken. Boiled chicken. Prefabs. Yeah, we have a dynamic buffer. So var projectile prefab is prefabs at index int projectile type. Should be, yes, and dot prefab. Okay, and then projectile is projectile prefab. It should be it. Although we are ignoring the position and velocity right now. So let's actually see if we can do this. So in our weapons, yeah, this thing. Try fire, just for testing, we call ECSUtil dot Q spawn projectile with projectile type dot rocket. And then float 3.0 and float 3.0. And it should spawn the rocket at 0, 0, 0. All right, let's just. I love using old code that Unity 6.1 says nuh-uh, breaks everything. Oh, did they put out 6.1? This project's still on 6.0. Did 6.1 just come out? Or are you saying like they're totally going to break it in 6.1? Oh, wow. April 24th. Oh. Neat. Let's see. LTS release. Oh, 6.1, same level of support as an LTS until the next release is published. Neat. Deferred plus, variable rate shading. Oh yeah, I'm reading this. Project auditor, build automation, large screens and foldables, Unity for web. Did they not have that for 6.0? Easier upgrades between update releases, production verified. Nice. Okay. What did they even add? Release notes? Known issues? Yay. Yippee. Improvements, fixes. Yeah, a lot of fixes. Alright, cool. Added a tile set asset. Version control, improvements. Okay, I'll maybe check this out. I mean, I guess I don't have much reason not to upgrade. Okay. Click. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Unknown type, Unity entities dynamic buffer, projectile prefab. All component type must be known at compile time. For generic components, each concrete type must be registered with registered generic component type. Uh-oh. Okay. Guess we could just Google this. Copy. Unity ECS. All component type must be known at compile time. Used uint to set view short. Every time you use a generic struct or component like ECS hash map, editor will throw out that error. Create a file named. Also, we weren't spawning the thing, were we? Yeah. Rather, it's an exception, so it wouldn't be doing. Okay. 6.1 is the option designed to use the old coding instead of new one. Nice. You should be grateful. I probably won't get more than 1 or 2 more harvests for the dandelions goes or spring seed. Next harvest will be in August. Yay? Question mark? Yay. Is that ECS util line 10? In Query Builder? Oh, right, because this is meant to be used to... Wait, compile time? Wait. Are there... I feel like they don't really mean you to access this stuff from outside ECS world. Come on. For a dynamic buffer of components, what am I looking at? You'll be safe from the jar, as I sure as hell. I'm not putting Neo on a pedestal. Oh no. Oh no. Don't filter for the dynamic buffer, just filter for the buffer element. Oh. Oh. Wait. With all projectile prefab? Is that it? Tell me if I'm doing something horribly wrong. Yeah, let's go. It just works. It works. It fucking works. I can spawn things from GameObject world. Okay. And all that was to save me the hassle of writing this code in ECS instead, which I'm not even sure if this was worth it, but whatever. Oh god, how many did it spawn? Okay, that's enough. It just works. Kind of. It's slow dog Howard. Anyway. We're really close. This means that once we can set the... Well, we can set the position and the velocity of the instantiated entity. So we set the position and velocity of the instantiated prefab and whatever other properties we want to send when spawning the projectile. Woo! At the very least, it's less code than I had to write when while doing the thing in Rust. Maybe you prefer Howard the dog. Alright. This game will come out in another million bajillion years. I'll be charging, I guess, with inflation at that point in time, it'll be like $2,000 for a single game. And that'll be a small indie game's normal price. Yay. Alright, cool. We have... Technically, we have rockets. They don't function, but... but it kind of works. Kind of. I'm just gonna commit this, because... I'm honestly just happy that we're at this point. Commit. Alright. What are we calling this commit? Even a battle pass? Paid DLC? I need a battle pass? I was thinking of actually like adding something like that in just for cosmetics, but it's not paid. You just get it with the game. Just so I can trick people into playing more. So they hopefully tell their friends about the game. Even has Todd's development timeline. It'll come out tomorrow in Valve time. It'll come out in 3 years Valve time. Thinking about using apply for instead move function in my player beam. Astolfo and Venti as a skin, please. I'll try to support modding as much as is like feasible for me as a solo developer. So you can have your anime femboy skins. Someday, yeah, someday, Valve time. Judging how long it took for me to implement this tiny little thing. Well, most of that is just not knowing the API and questioning things. But it seems like it just works. It just works. It just works. Alright. Weapon spawn projectiles from mono behavior. Yippee! Oh my god. All in a day's work. Okay, my brain's a little cooked. Weapon spawn projectile from behavior. All right, cool. We're going to copyright infringement. You can also get Bridget and Felix, the Argyle kind. I mean, you already know that if I'm making a commercial product, that I probably can't add those characters. But I will add any VTubers who are okay with me putting them in a commercial product and not receiving any royalties for it. Maybe. Okay. Yeah, we haven't even added the rocket functionality, and I'm already so happy that we can spawn it from code. From mono behavior code. Which means I have less code that I have to lock into the ECS land. And I suppose you could argue that's like maybe bad for performance. Alright, I spawned like I don't know how many rockets. Oh god. There we go, they're gone. Oh god, how many triangles did it? The triangle count just shot up to like a bajillion. What the hell? 7.8k. Yeah, I just tapped click once. I mean, it's spawning every frame, so... Oh my god. Alright, well, there you go. Loud. Yeah. Yeah, I'm spawning like a billion rockets there. Oh, whoops, I had the code on screen. The time it takes to release it, patents, copyrights will long since stop being a thing. Oh yeah, you're so right. Yeah, we can add all these copyrighted characters because they'll be in the public domain by the time this game releases. So true. Like when that one game, Mouse or whatever they're calling it, the you know, the Disney Steamboat Willie style FPS game. Sounds like a stuck source engine prop. Yeah. Amazing. Don't you love this sound design? I think it's hitting the... I have my OBS at like minus 12.6 decibels there. And I think it's hitting like the, the top of that. Lovely. Okay, so next stream, I guess we can work on actually making the rockets functional. Now that we've figured out how to actually spawn them. And then we can work on like weapon logic and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. So next stream, hopefully tomorrow, if not Wednesday, if not Thursday, if not Friday. But yeah, thank you all for coming. I am hungry. And I've been working on this for almost 6 hours. But I've learned a decent amount about how to organize things or how to not organize things in ECS. By the time this is released, Nintendo will stop taking people to court and will pretend they never made video games. Yeah, I can finally play my emulated Nintendo Switch games on stream. Yeah. Will I have struggle with me? Just show up tomorrow. Yeah, totally gonna stream tomorrow. Hopefully, maybe I still have not actually made a proper schedule. I should probably do that though. Don't get put in a jar. I'll try. I'll do my best, but you know they're too powerful. You mean emulated Switch 590293321? Yeah. Yeah, Switch 11 billion. Finally. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna re-chat. Thank you again, Lord Ballington, for the 1 gifted membership. We're gonna do the parasocial name reading. Thank you, Nicola. Thank you, Cyclocus. Thank you, Vanilla. And thank you, Darren Rude. Thank you, Felix Valenti. Thank you, Dahlem. Thank you, Lord Mollington. Where's my... I have too many windows open. Hi. Hi, chat. Now Hushmal. Thank you, Jovan Parkins. Thank you, Cute Fat Flamingo. Thank you, Femboy Cultist. Thank you, Random Perv. Thank you, Sharkbeard7. Thank you, Vanillanbot. Thank you, Masteve. Thank you, Danica. Thank you, Foul Speaking Facts. Thank you, Boogie2348. Thank you, Liza Legendary. Yeah. We got a very basic weapon system and projectiles that aren't spawning where they should. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah. Thank you all. Thank you, Dio. Thank you. Thank you, Cyclocust. Let's raid someone who's live. Who's next? Brolime's live. Okay, we're raiding Brolime on Twitch. Oh no. Why did it say we're unable to raid at this time? Wait. Raid. Come on. Click. Start raid. Why can't I raid? Did he set his settings for raids or something? Aw, man. Alright. Who's live? Alright, we're rating Sealy on Twitch. And who's here? Who's live? Redirect. Yeah. We'll do this on YouTube. Okay, thank you all for coming. Ochu, bye-bye. Thanks for watching. Hope you learned something or enjoyed working along with this or enjoyed playing video games or gooning or whatever the hell you're doing. Yeah, thanks for putting up with me at like 2% brain capacity for actually chatting and 90% brain capacity on coding. Although more like 25% coding, 25% reading chat, and then 50% brain struggling. Okay. I missed you. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Thanks for watching. Bye. 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 Okay, bye. Okay, bye.